Esteemed colleagues, it's my great pleasure to be able to bid you welcome as NATO Parliamentary Assembly members and to bid you welcome once again on my behalf. Welcome to Belgrade to the 88th Rose-Roth seminar. We continue with our work, and after the opening session I have the pleasure to open the first session of the 88th Rose-Roth seminar called Serbia in a Euro-Atlantic Community. And on this occasion, the first speaker will be Zoran Đorđević, the State Secretary of the Ministry of Defense of the Republic of Serbia, and following to that, State Secretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Mrs. Ninčić, will address the gathering. Please take the floor, Mr. Đorđević.
Thank you. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, it is my pleasure to bid you welcome on behalf of the Ministry of Defense, on behalf of our Minister of Defense, and I'll tell you more about the participation of the Ministry of Defense in the Program for Peace, Partnership for Peace program and multinational operations. At the very beginning, I would like to point out that active participation in the activities within the scope of Partnership for Peace program is an optimum framework for achieving security goals and improvement of defense capacities, at the same time abiding by the declared policy of military neutrality. Although military neutral, our country wants to be a reliable, predictable and serious partner to NATO, and in this regard it uses available mechanisms for cooperation with NATO. Within the Partnership for Peace program. Besides these, the above-mentioned cooperation framework, I'd like to underline the direct cooperation between Serbian Army and the KFOR. And the Ministry of Defense and the Serbian Army are the key actors in cooperation of the Republic of Serbia with NATO. It is worth underlining that through participation in the Partnership for Peace program, the Republic of Serbia develops necessary capabilities for active contribution to the EU common security and defense policy and secures support for the defense sector reform. Establishment of legal framework was of key importance for operationalization of the cooperation goals embedded in the presentation document dating from June 2007. In this regard, let me remind you that the Republic of Serbia concluded 3 international agreements with NATO. First one is the Agreement on Security of Information, the second Agreement on Adoption of NATO Codification System, and the third one, Status of Forces Agreement, PFP-SOFA. In addition to this, the communication and cooperation with the alliance has significantly facilitated the setting up of military representation office in the Republic of Serbia mission to NATO, NATO Military Liaison Office in Belgrade, and the role of the Slovak Republic Embassy as a NATO contact point embassy for the Republic of Serbia. In 2000, since the signing of a framework document in 2006, the cooperation between Serbia and NATO has taken an upturn, and our wish is to give contribution by developing cooperation and dialogue. Our efforts to that end have been recognized, which is best reflected in the fact that the Minister of Defense, Bratislav Gašić, was the first Serbian Minister of Defense to participate in the meeting in the scope of the recent NATO-Wales summit dedicated to the initiative for the partners' interoperability. Cooperation between the Ministry of Defense, Serbian Army and NATO is carried out through several mechanisms within the PFP program, like individual partnership and cooperation program, partnership planning and review process, operational capabilities concept, program for advancement of defense education process, and integrity building program in the scope of the Partnership Action Plan for Defense Institution Building. The recent adoption of individual Partnership Action Plan is really a step forward in the process of further cooperation, which from our point of view implies broader political dialogue and integrated approach of state authorities of the Republic of Serbia in further mutual communication. We expect that implementation of IPAP will contribute to better cooperation with the alliance and further development of defense system. In addition to that, we are looking forward to its positive impact on attaining interoperability in the Serbian army, better results in the standardization area, intensified capacity building for larger contribution to international peace and stability, and also better bilateral cooperation with NATO member states. Besides the Ministry of Defence's participation in the NATO summit meeting, recent IPAP adoption and signing of the Status of Forces Agreement, PFP SOFA, I would particularly like to emphasize a successful completion of the first stage of the Serbian Army engagement in operational capacities concept, the establishment of new NATO PFP trust fund for the destruction of the surplus ammunition and weapon loads, and the development of technical and repair facility in Kragujevac, and also the beginning of engagement on the program for advancement of defense education process as a major initiative in the reform of defense education system. Also, according to the NATO evaluation NL2, in the scope of which the mentioned units were evaluated as combat ready, whereby our part fully proved the capability to adopt and implement the highest military standards and reach the required interoperability level. The particular quality of the two parties' cooperation is produced by the intensified dialogue at the highest level, as witnessed by many meetings of our officials and the alliance in the recent times. I think that the deepening of the dialogue gives invaluable contribution to the overall understanding between the two parties and expresses clear intention to address all the issues of common interest in partnership and transparency-based relationship. Allow me to highlight that in the military cooperation under the PFP program, the special attention will be devoted to the implementation of the recently adopted individual partnership action plan and continuation and further engagement in other available mechanisms of this program, and also providing the necessary conditions for smooth realization of the trust fund for the elaboration and destruction of the surplus ammunition and weapon load, and improvement of the technical and repairing facility in Kragujevac, it's a town in central Serbia, following the entry into contract with NATO alliance for support. In the framework of the mentioned project, there is a plan to destroy about 4,000 tons of live ammunition, which will provide a great contribution to building security at the regional level. The Republic of Serbia has been recognized by the United Nations as a regional leader concerning the engagement of its armed forces in the mentioned operations, in which way it provided the full support to the global peace in the best way. It is also witnessed by the fact that it is proved by the fact that Belgrade hosted a regional conference on UN peacekeeping operations that was held from 20 to 21st October 2014. I would also like to stress that since 2003 we have continually been improving our participation in peacekeeping operations, and the culmination was reached in 2013, in the course of which we sent a number of Serbian members which was almost equal to the total number of those members sent to the previous 10 years. In 2014, 11 multinational UN-EU operations. Within these operations, 539 members of Ministry of Defense and Serbian Army were sent to these operations. Out of this number, 502 members of Ministry of Defense and the Serbian Army were sent to 7 UN peacekeeping missions, and 37 Ministry of Defense and Serbian Army members were sent to 4 EU crisis management operations. At the moment, 324 Members of the Ministry of Defense Serbian Army participate in 7 UN and 3 EU missions in Liberia, Ivory Coast, Congo, Cyprus, Lebanon, Central African Republic, Somalia, Mali, and in the Middle East. After I want to tell you that following our successful engagement in EU military cooperation in Central African Republic, EUFOE RCA, we intend to commence very soon an engagement in the new advisory EU mission in Central African Republic called EUMAM RCA. We plan to continue in 2012 the engagement at the already reached level without significant increase of the engagement, whereby the projected multinational operations total to 670 members of the Serbian army. I would like to call to your attention to the fact that constant measures have been taken to capacity building aimed at multinational operations participation, having in mind limited financial resources. The Republic of Serbia has concluded memorandum of understanding with the United Nations on the contribution to the United Nations standby arrangement so that the airlift evacuation medical team can be deployed on the short notice, including a certain number of staff officers and military observers. Special attention is given to increased participation of women in multinational operations. Out of 1,328 Serbian army members who were engaged in multinational operations in the period 2002-2014, 92 of them were women, which makes 6.2%. In 2014, only 46 women participated in multinational operations, which amounts to 8.5% of the total number of members of the Serbian army who were deployed in 2014. The total number is 539. By participation in multinational operations, the Republic of Serbia confirms its interest and intent to contribute to regional, economic and international security and to the observance of international law and peace. By participating in multinational operations, we demonstrate that we are active player in sustaining international peace and security, and that we continue the tradition and acknowledge our reputation. Our participation in multinational operations has a great significance for the Republic of Serbia and its national security. It gives impetus to transformation, the reorganization of the entire defense system, involvement in the collective security systems, and attainment of the required level of interoperability of our units. By gaining the experience from the peacekeeping missions and advancement of operational capabilities of each Serbian army member, we improve the defense capability of our country and the credibility of the state, which in this regard is primary goal of our defense policy. From the political point of view, participation in the EU operations in the framework of the EU Common Security and Defense Policy contributes to the Republic of Serbia's EU membership, which is undoubtedly one of our main foreign policy priorities. Being a member state of the Partnership for Peace program, Serbia demonstrates that it understands its role within the program very seriously and that it wants to apply the highest military standards and interoperability stemming from cooperation with NATO member states and partners and the training possibilities which NATO member states and partners have at their disposal for participation in multinational operations. Republic of Serbia, besides the above mentioned, we are proud of deployment of our soldiers in Somalia, EUTM, which was recognized by the competent EU authorities as a significant contribution. Also, our country is strongly committed to preservation of peace in the region and all over the world, devoted to cooperation with the partners and capacity buildings of the Serbian army and other defense forces to be engaged in peacekeeping operations. We are proud to underline that a great part of these merits for success of Serbian peacekeepers belong to our partners, in the first place to France, Norway, Spain, Germany, Italy, Slovakia and Hungary. I hope this list of states with whom the Republic of Serbia cooperates in multinational operations will not be closed with the mentioned states. Ladies and gentlemen, having in mind the international character of this workshop seminar, I believe that your stay in Belgrade will offer an opportunity for many meetings through which you will be able to get better acquainted with our country, the security situation, and with its rich cultural and historical heritage. Hopefully that the places that you visit and meetings that you have during your stay in our capital will make you wish to come again to Serbia, either officially or privately with your family perhaps. I wish you fruitful discussions. Hope you will have positive impressions from Serbia. Further in the discussions, I will be glad to answer your questions. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Mr. Georgievich. I'd like to ask my colleagues to make short questions, 1, 2, or 3 short questions to Mr. Georgievich. The first would like to take the floor is Mr. Novruzov from Azerbaijan.
I would like to express my gratitude to the speaker and for the exchange of information. I would like to put several questions. One of them is, as we very well know, there were very well-armed bases of Serbia. So do you have a reconstruction of the bases? Because NATO has its standards of weaponry, and as a former Soviet Union member, we have different arms. Do you have some reconstruction of weaponry in order to adhere better to the standards of NATO? Another question is system of anti-aircraft security and protection of borders. Do you have a practice of sharing information and exchange of experience in these realms? Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for your question. The first of your question, I did not understand correctly about the reconstruction of bases, but the Republic of Serbia at the moment has just one basis south, which serves for the training in multinational operation, and it provides the opportunity to our army members who go to multinational operations to train them and prepare them for peacekeeping missions. As concerning standardization, we have begun with the NATO standardization and codification process, alignment with NATO, and we are proceeding on this way, and we are aimed at codifying and standardizing of all our weapons, which is very much important for Serbia. As concerns modernization in Serbia, that is maintenance of armament and weapons and equipment, requires also the possibility of modernization wherever it's possible. We have many refurbishing capacities where we work continuously at this task, and the expert people are trying to modernize the armaments and weapons as far as possible, and it's not closed and classified, and all our partners are allowed to visit these facilities, and we are glad to make all the possible contacts and establish cooperation, and perhaps make this modernization include into this modernization the NATO partner countries. The floor asked by Mr. Pogosyan from Armenia.
Mr. Georgievich, you mentioned about the implementation of many international activities, but in reality, specifically with IPOP, how many programs in general do you have there? And I'm very much interested in the political component of this program. Is it really about reforms internally in the army or in general also with the country, specifically related to corruption? And you mentioned about building of integrity. Have you fulfilled your self-assessment questionnaire? And in reality, how many activities is building integrity named in the IPAP? It would be very much interesting if you can provide some details. Thank you.
Well, IPAP action plan represents one of the qualitative step forward in our cooperation with NATO within Partnership for Peace program. Action plan was adopted last year in Serbia, and concerning NATO on 15th of January of this year, it was adopted in NATO. And generally speaking, we would like to develop together with the alliance our defense system. Here we expect most progress in the standardization realm and reaching more intensive military capacities and to contribute in that way to the global peace and stability. Through IPAP, we would like to have better quality bilateral cooperation, and everything else just is left to the future. And we want, through IPAP, step by step, to widen the cooperation and go forward with it. Please turn on the mic. Our guest from Montenegro would like to take the floor. My name is Nehrudin Mujic from Montenegro, and I'd like to ask Mr. Georgievich. I'm sorry, problem with the mic. Thank you. My name is Evludin Muhojic from Montenegro. I'd like to thank Mr. Georgievich for his speech. I'd like to ask him the following. How much do you appropriate in the Ministry of Defense for the modernization, and what is the difference in comparison with the last year, and what amount of money do you appropriate for modernization of the Serbian army? Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Muhojic, for your question. Thank you very much, sir, for your question, because this is my specialty. The idea of the Ministry of Defense to reach the level of 50-30-20 when comparing the relationship between equipping and infrastructure. Now we are at 63-27% relation. We appropriate this rate of finances to infrastructure. We expect that up to 2020 create a perfect ratio, and the only novelty here as compared to the previous years is that we are trying to use all the money that we spared that is not concerning the modernization, just to use this money and buy as much as possible equipment. The difference as in comparison from the previous times, since this year, in 2013 we adopted a new law on public procurement, and it now offers the possibility of capital projects, and one of our capital projects in this year that is concerning the modernization and procurement of armaments is also used in modernization of the technical repair facility in Kragujevac. And all these funds are concerning the modernization and include huge amounts of money. But we are trying to modernize and procure new equipment according to the financial capabilities of our ministry and of the state as a whole. Is there anybody else who would like to put a question to Mr. Georgievich? If not, I would have a question for Mr. Georgievich. Serbia has adopted Resolution 1325 of the United Nations, Women, Peace and Security, and by adoption of the action plan on implementation of this resolution, we have noticed larger participation of women in peacekeeping operations and in the army of Serbia. The two-year action plan that Serbia has been implementing for 2 years, and it's one of the rare countries which has introduced gender indicators. This action plan expires this year. Does Ministry of Defense prepare a new action plan? And since I'm a member of the Commission of the National Assembly who monitors the implementation of this action plan, what can you say on this issue? First of all, I'd like to say that it was not my favorite topic, actually. I wrongly put it. I mean, the second mandate head of the Political Council for Gender Equality and in charge of the implementation of the resolution you mentioned. And we have got very recently this conclusion of the government, and we had a meeting in the Ministry of Defense, and we stipulated how we are going to proceed with the implementation of this resolution and action plan. And I think that very soon we will have a gathering of that political council, and there is an idea to hold a wider meeting here in the National Assembly and to have a multi-sectorial body and this political council and to have them discuss it. And I would like to take this issue on a higher level and to show the capability of Serbia to implement this resolution. I think that we made great progress in the previous years, and some countries like Sweden have recognized our efforts and success. And they just are praising our success. We've got a lot of ideas on the issues. As you said, it would be good to stop. It won't be good to stop because our previous activities were good and our action plan was good, and many of our activities were just to the joy of the gender equality advocating societies. My answer to your question is yes, we are proceeding with the activities, and it will be a great success for us. Thank you, Mr. Georgievich. Is there anyone else with questions for our State Secretary from the Ministry of Defense? Mr. Hamilton.
What percentage of GDP does Serbia spend on defense?
This year, we earmarked 1.50, and last year it was 1.49%, but at the end of the year, when we closed the account and when we knew the GDP, it turned out that it was 1.50% of GDP used for defense. Thank you. If I may say, the National Assembly adopted a decision that up to 2% of GDP can be allocated to defense. So we have this kind of a threshold, of a limit that can be allocated from the budget to the defense. So what it says concretely is that not over 2% can be allocated to defense. Mr. Shalipati from Italy would like to take the floor.
Well, we have a person that is responsible in the Ministry of Defense, and he also mentioned something about modernization of weapons. Zastava is a firm that has a preferential relationship with Serbia. And what are the actions that this firm is taking here in Serbia? Thank you.
Pošto nisu mi baš preveli onako kako treba, pa nisam baš razumeo.
Since I did not have the good interpretation from Italian, I'd like to answer from what I think I heard. The technical overhaul institution in Kragujevac that destroys the armaments and Serbia is trying to improve its partnership relations, and we are trying to improve the overhaul center in Kruševac in ABH field. We also have the South base where together with our partners we are training people for peacekeeping missions, and we have a military technical institute where we do the researches, and generally there is an idea of a new armament that can be produced in Serbia, but primarily for maintenance and modernization. We have 9 defense factories of Serbia that are not within the Ministry of Defense, but in a way they belong to, they are under the competences and under the control of the Ministry of Defense. Now, this is a good opportunity to invite your people who come to Serbia, and whenever they have time, I invite them to, in line with their possibilities and interests, to visit our factories that produce armament and weapons, and to see what is it that Serbia can produce, what is it that we can offer, and what fields of partnership can be improved between our countries. Thank you, Mr. Đorđević. Ms. Dušanka Majkić from Bosnia and Herzegovina, the floor is yours. You have touched upon a very interesting issue that is interesting for all the Western Balkan countries, and it concerns the capacities for destroying unstable armament or ammunition and explosive devices. I'm sure that Serbia has significant capacities, and I'm also sure that Bosnia and Herzegovina still have about 17,000 tons of non-prospective ammunition that is all that pose daily threat to the citizens of our country, and also it's a threat, it's a risk. There is a risk that these weapons can leave the waste houses and get into hands of terrorist organizations and so forth. I honestly believe that our priority should be that to define, and at regional level, to define how big is the surplus of the weapons, what countries can help the region of Balkans to become free and stable. With this many non-prospective armament and weapons, having in mind that Bosnia and Herzegovina since 2006 has not purchased a single piece of weapon, soon we will only have those old and unstable weapons. So the question, the Serbia could be a key factor in assisting the region and facilitating the destruction of these non-stable weapons. I think this is something we should work on in the forthcoming period. Thank you. I'm not sure what is the question that you posed to me. However, Serbia is ready to cooperate with all the countries. I'd like to use this opportunity to thank the United Kingdom, which is in a way our partner and works a lot with us on the elaboration of ammunition. I invite you to whenever there is opportunity, whenever you have time to come and to meet me and we can speak about this. Thank you. If there are no further questions, I'd like to ask Ms. Roxana Danicic to address you.
Thank you very much. Allow me, first of all, to bid welcome to the participants of the 88th Rose-Roth seminar of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly and to extend my gratitude for inviting me to address this gathering. It gives me great pleasure to notice that this seminar is being organized for the third time in Belgrade, and the Republic of Serbia since 2003, when it was the host of this kind of seminar for the first time, became a factor which significantly contributes to the security and stability in the Western Balkans. This success was made owing to the reforms of all the segments of our society, but mainly as a result of the increasing international confidence in the Republic of Serbia, which is accompanied by the growing of better relations in the region. As you know, in 2012, the Republic of Serbia became an EU membership candidate country. By the beginning of 2014, there was a formal launch of the accession negotiations divided in 35 chapters according to their topics. These days, screening of the 34th chapter was just completed. The objective of the Republic of Serbia in the negotiations with the EU is to retain the status of a reliable and equal partner, and I believe that our efforts will be recognized and supported. We are encouraged by the positive note of the recently adopted resolution of the European Parliament on the progress of Serbia in the European integration process. We are ready, in line with the suggestions specified in the progress report and the mentioned resolution, to continue with the implementation of the substantial reforms in order to fully embrace European standards and norms. Serbia is engaged in intensive activity to accelerate the negotiations process, which entails opening of a number of chapters in the course of this year. It refers to the chapter 32, financial control, which is from the technical point of view already prepared for negotiations. The communication with the EC concerning the submitted action plans for chapter 23, judiciary and fundamental rights, and chapter 24, justice, freedom and security, is underway. And these action plans are positively evaluated by European Commission. We think that beside the chapter 35, the opening of which is quite burdened by its specificity in our case, is essential to open other chapters too. In that way, the message of encouragement would be sent to the Serbian public, and the negotiations with the EU would not be left in the shadow of the political dialogue between Belgrade and Pristina, but would be perceived as a substantial reform of the whole society. When speaking about the process of normalization of relations with Pristina, which is embraced by the Chapter 35, Serbia has a constructive approach to dialogue with Pristina authorities, in the first place for the sake of improvement of the living conditions for everybody, especially for the Serbian community in Kosovo, and then also for the sake of sustaining the regional stability. The dialogue was considerably decelerated in March 2014 due to the early elections in Serbia and Kosovo. The standstill was overcome in the meantime, and on the 9th of February, during the talks in Brussels, agreement on judiciary was initialed, which demonstrated once again Serbia's commitment to implementation of agreed issues and dedications to further talks aimed at finding the adequate solution for all outstanding issues. Common foreign and security policy represents a significant segment of relations between Serbia and EU. As a partner, Serbia will, during its pre-accession stage, continue to gradually harmonize its foreign and security policy with the positions of EU. In the framework of the negotiation Chapter 31, we continue to actively harmonize parts of our legislation in this field. This was particularly favorably evaluated by the European External Action Service representatives who visited Belgrade on the 17th and 18th of March for the purpose of preparation of the screening report that will be completed soon. We are looking forward to recognition and adequate evaluation of the activities carried out in this direction. I would like to especially highlight the importance of regional cooperation, which represents one of our foreign policy priorities. In recent times, Serbia has clearly demonstrated its commitment to fostering good neighborly relations and constructive dialogue in the region, which represents a prerequisite for the development of this part of Europe. At the same time, regional cooperation accelerates European integration of the Southeast Europe and creates conditions for infrastructural connections, economic progress, and improvement of citizens' living standards, the successful realization of the political and economic priorities in the region. As you know, this year Serbia has taken over OSCE chairmanship in the year of the 14th anniversary of signing the Helsinki Final Act, at the same time which represents a very complex geopolitical moment. The Ukrainian crisis dominates not only the OSCE agenda, but also other forums' agenda dealing with issues of security in Europe. Serbia is active in solving Ukrainian crisis, and as an impartial mediator, it wants to make a contribution to end the armed conflicts and find political solution. Despite devoting the major part of our time, resources and energy to the Ukrainian crisis, allow me to single out the activities which Serbia undertakes in the capacity of OSCE chairmanship in the framework of the OSCE political and military dimensions which are related to the security challenges, some of which are on NATO agenda too. In 3 weeks, Belgrade will host the gathering devoted to management and reform of the security sector. In May, the police experts will meet in Belgrade also and discuss the links between organized crime and people trafficking in the context of irregular missions. End of June, in the framework of the Conference on Issues Countering Terrorism, we will be dealing with the foreign terrorist fighters phenomenon and OSCE role with the context of implementation of UN Security Council Resolution 2171 and 2178. Cybersecurity workshop will be held in September, and it will be an occasion for experts together with the aim to support the development of national strategy on cybersecurity and further institutional capacity building. Conference dealing with the code of conduct will take place in October, and it will contribute to further promotion of one of the key political and military OSCE documents. We will devote our utmost efforts to have our OSCE chairmanship be distinguished by a series of decisions, resolution and declaration at the OSCE Ministerial Council to be held on 3rd to 4th December this year. When it comes to our cooperation with NATO, Serbia is a military neutral country and it does not aspire to become a NATO member. But at the same time, Serbia perceives a room for further improvement of cooperation in the framework of PFP. We would like to be a reliable, responsible, predictive partner of NATO as a collocator for the purpose of making a joint contribution to preservation of peace and stability in the region. Our active participation in PFP since December 2006 is a confirmation of our commitment, as well as the adoption of IPEP on January 15, which will make a special contribution to the advancement of further cooperation. The first Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Dačić, and Minister of Defense Gašić visited NATO headquarters in Brussels and 2 weeks ago, where they met with NATO Secretary General Mr. Stoltenberg and participated in meeting of the North Atlantic Council in the format North Atlantic Council plus Serbia. During this very successful visit, a wish was expressed for further strengthening of cooperation in all areas of common interest, and a strong and clear political message was conveyed stating that the Republic of Serbia wanted further deepening of cooperation for the mutual benefit, despite the fact that it had no intentions to become NATO member state. Thank you very much, Mrs. Ninčić.
Možemo da postavljamo.
Now we can ask, you can ask questions and of course give suggestions. First, who would like to take the floor was Karl Lammers. Mr. Lammers, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much for your very interesting presentation and the great overview you gave us. I want to speak about the Individual Partnership Action Plan. And part of this agreement is public outreach on NATO in order to increase the understanding, a better understanding what NATO is, what it does, and especially how NATO and Serbia work together. How, in concrete terms, will this public outreach look like here in your country?
Thank Thank you very much for your question. This question is very much relevant for us, and it is already also recognized by your side. And since considering the complex history of our country with NATO, the public presentation of the role of NATO and possibility of cooperation between NATO and Serbia is something to which we will give great attention, of course. In the beginning, it was important that this agreement would not be a result of mystification or a different interpretation in the country. Therefore, it was made public on the moment it was signed, and it was put on the website of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and it reduces the possibilities depending on the foreign spectrum. Different interpretations could be given to this agreement, and it can be perceived that our policy of military neutrality is not in collision with our increase of cooperation with NATO, and that is in the interest of Serbia. At the same time, this is the general general direction we will strike, and along which the public presentation will develop.
Public outreach.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ninčić. Mr. Borislav Banović asked for floor from Montenegro. Mr. Banović, take the floor. Thank you very much to the organizer for giving us opportunity to meet here in Belgrade, and I'm looking forward that the National Assembly of Serbia, as our host, will confirm its well-renowned hospitality. My question concerns bilateral angle concerning the relation between Serbia and Montenegro. We heard today that Mr. Dačić said that Serbia recognizes the importance of NATO for attaining stability in the region, and that Serbia is also very much observing and respecting the position of its neighbors in relation to NATO. I would like to ask you for further comments concerning the relation between Serbia and Montenegro from political and economic perspective. And I think that Montenegrin NATO membership will have a great impact on this relationship, and the exchange of goods, commercial exchange, is very high between Serbia and Montenegro. 25% of the import to Montenegro comes from Serbia. Political relations between Serbia and Montenegro are growing all the better all the time. In this context, we are looking forward to the soon NATO membership. Thank you for your answer. Thank you. Welcome to Belgrade once again. The relations with our neighbors, this is not just a diplomatic turn of words. This is at the top of our list of priorities. And on that list, Montenegro occupies a very significant place. We most sincerely desire to have very good political, economical, and other kinds of relations with Montenegro. And it never was questioned, in spite of all the challenges we face. We never have Montenegro slip from our list of priorities. Are our relations good? Yes, our relations are very good, but there is a lot of work ahead, and we could improve our relations, including economic relations. As concerns the possible Montenegrin NATO membership, I think that we will be among the first of those who will congratulate you on this membership, and we are certain that we we and you will both see what additional room for cooperation of Serbia and Montenegro can provide.
Thank you. Mr. Diego Lopez Garrido asked for the floor from Spain. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Your Minister of Foreign Affairs said a few minutes ago that the chapters on justice and fundamental rights are going to be probably the most difficult chapters to be agreed with the European Union in the next conversation on integration inside the European Union for Serbia. My question is why exactly these are going to be the most difficult chapters? Which are, in your opinion, the changes, the reforms to be implemented in Serbia in order to match with the rule of law system prevailing in European Union? Which are the main issues in this regard? Thank you.
There is no particular mystery in there is no particular mystery in why this is complicated. I think that the answer largely lies in the fact that the judicial system in any country is extremely complicated. The judges, the lawyers, the prosecutors, the prison system, it is a complex mechanism. For instance, in comparison with reforms in the area of internal affairs, where things can be resolved to a large extent by executive decisions from the top, which will, like in any hierarchical system, be from the top taken down without too much hassle. The judiciary is much more diffuse. There is not one executive or political decision that will secure the reform of such a complex system. It takes much longer. It simply because of its complexity takes much longer. That is one of the reasons, and that is why we welcome the opening of this chapter at the beginning of the negotiating process. Whereas what kind of reforms? Well, there are basically, it's a two-pronged, I think, process which, although there are many sub-processes in this. One is securing an independent judiciary. Second is securing a functional judiciary. On the first, this is mostly, although not completely, a matter of political will in the country, which is not a problem at this point, certainly. There is a clear political will to have an independent judiciary in the country, and equally importantly, there is a strong pressure of public opinion in that direction. Having a functional judiciary without a large backlog of cases that is, in our case, a couple of million, I think, at this point, is a process of long and hard work that we have embarked on with the assistance of the European Commission and other bodies of the EU, and which we are confident we will, in the coming years, successfully bring to a close by the end of our negotiation process in the EU.
Mr. Tevan Pohosyan from Armenia, you can ask a question. Feel free.
Madam Chairman, dear Ambassador, you mentioned about activities with the EU cooperation and EU integration, specifically with the chapters of judiciary, then justice, freedom and security. As well, it's known that in IPOP there's a very big kind of a chapter related to the local reforms and activities, specifically on building integrity, on fight against corruption and so on. In the two documents, do you have a much more points of crossing and kind of a spinning with each other or overlapping? Because it's very important and the two different angles are starting to tackle issues, and sometimes they are, instead of supporting each other or re-speeding reforms, trying to take them down. How that situation is resolved? Is it clear from the point of view that two activities will not be harming each other or just simply overlapping and will go in the same? And the second question, if you will allow, Serbia is a president in the OSCE. You mentioned about regional cooperation and so on. I think Serbia also perfectly knows about the value of confidence building measures. What are in your plans as CBMs in the region, here or in other various conflict zones that you think are really possible to promote? And what are the programs of the regional cooperation that you really particularly think would be very good for the Balkans if this would be expanding? Just not only the economic side, but also on the level of the society's cooperation.
Whereas on the first question of whether the NATO and EU prongs of reform are overlapping or contradicting each other or creating confusion, I don't think so. When one undertakes, for instance, to fight against corruption, this is a comprehensive task because by its nature it affects most pores of society. And so this is the task that is before us, regardless of the specific ways in which various international organizations that we either aspire to or cooperate with formulate this as an aim or a task. So I do not have a sense or any knowledge that this might be a problem. Yes, in international organizations there is a lot of overlapping, as we know, but this is nothing new. But I don't think that in this particular case this is an issue. Secondly, on regional cooperation and confidence building measures, I understood that this was the point of your question. There is, I think, quite a lot that we might be able to contribute in all this because of our really difficult experiences in both nearer and further history. We know very much that confidence building needs time. It needs incremental results to be able to reach the point when one can say that confidence has been restored and therefore stability achieved. But we have every intention, as we have in the past years, intention to walk the walk and talk the talk to get there. On your concrete question, what is the most useful as cooperation programs? Actually, any kind of cooperation is always useful because cooperation is the basic mechanism of restoring confidence. But if I was to pick one in an attempt to answer your question perhaps more precisely, it would be the importance of economic cooperation, particularly these infrastructural projects that are being discussed under the Berlin process, This is also important for people-to-people communication and therefore for a different and more cooperative atmosphere between societies. Because, to put it quite simply and bluntly, if it takes you 12 hours to traverse a few hundred kilometers by car because the infrastructure is so bad, there is not going to be much of any kind of cooperation. You have to start somewhere. Easing the possibility of getting somewhere will obviously increase people-to-people cooperation too, and that is why we consider that this is so enormously important, although probably overdue.
Thank you very much. Mr. Viktor Chumak, Ukraine, would like to take the floor, please. Take the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to pose several questions. I would like to ask about the challenges before Serbia in the process of OSCE presidency. As we know, today in the east of Ukraine there is a war on. I would like to emphasize that it's a real war, not internal conflict, and aggression of Russia by the line means of warfare is there, and as we hear from Wesley Clark, American general, in this mission there is 700 former Russian officers. Don't you think here you have a conflict of interests when the people from the mission are the officers from one of the conflicting warring sides, and the challenges in general before OSCE currently due to this escalation of the international security is at stake? Thank you.
Our challenges are concerned in this chairmanship, well, obviously they are not small. Given particularly that the OSCE is really the only international organization that is physically present on the ground in Ukraine. We have taken this task of chairing the OSCE at such a moment with the utmost seriousness. We know the risks and what is at stake here, and we are honestly doing our best in close cooperation with other two members of the Troika, Switzerland, who chaired before us, and Germany, who will be chairing after, and particularly through this format, to steer the organization that, as you know, is based on consensus, which makes reaching an agreement in this situation that you have outlined doubly more difficult than in other circumstances, in the direction of an honest brokership of the conflict. So, and also the other related ones in the OSCE region. I hope I have answered your question.
We've got another two questions. Mr. Korun Petian from Armenia, please take the floor.
You have mentioned human trafficking as one of the challenges in the region. And what would be your assessment on level of cooperation with neighbor countries in combating with human trafficking?
Human trafficking is at the top of the list of organized crime issues that we are facing in the region. I have the pleasure to say that the ministries of interior and the police forces of the countries of the region cooperate very well on basically all issues, including perhaps particularly this one. Often the relations between the polices went before the political relations. But this is a problem that is not going to go away anytime soon for anybody that is affected by anywhere in the world, including for us. And therefore, the individual police forces, I know how much how much energy and expertise is invested in this, and whatever we can do to even further enhance cooperation with the region on this, we will. It is an enormous challenge, human trafficking.
Mr. Zenon Pajaziti, Assembly of Kosovo.
Hvala, koleginica Filipovska.
Thank you, colleague Filipovski.
This opportunity again to thank NATO Parliamentary Assembly for inviting us here, also Serbian Parliament. And I wanted to raise a question for Madam Mincic regarding the last regional conference held in Pristina. Also, your Deputy Prime Minister mentioned that that conference, as far as you know, last week, Kosovo government was fully engaged to organize that meeting, and also the agreement was signed by the ministers, foreign minister of Western Balkan countries. And the main topic was friendly cooperation. It was signed. The topic within that agreement was friendly cooperation decision for that cooperation in between countries. So my concrete question is, and also main focus was infrastructure. And my question is, does Serbia have any concrete project regarding of infrastructure and other projects to be pushed and supported by other regional countries? So this is my questions.
Thank you for the question. As I said, the infrastructural connectivity, which is one of the code names for the Berlin process, is something that we find particularly important. Yes, of course, there are several projects that are under discussion. Our understanding also with the European Union, but and the countries who are in the lead from the EU on this process, is that there should not finally be too many projects, although of course everybody will be proposing those that they find nationally most interesting. We have heard many times, and I think that this is understood and that there is already consensus on this, that none of the projects can be only the national interest of one particular area, but that it has to be something that is useful for more partners in the region, more than one in any case. And these are the lines on which we are thinking, both in terms of highways and railways. As you know, one of the projects that is often mentioned is the Niš-Priština-Tirana-Drač highway that we consider would be a very useful project. But there are also several others. This is still in the forming. This is none of them have been defined yet. But we hope that the second meeting at that level after Berlin last year, that will be held in Vienna end of August, will give a clearer picture on which projects we are actually looking at.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the panelists and to all the colleagues for very inspiring questions that you asked. With this, I will finalize the first part of this panel and invite you to have lunch here in the House of the National Assembly on the one floor below. There is a restaurant. Protocol will take you there. Please, at 2 o'clock, be here, so that we can resume with the first panel, and my colleague Mr. Blažić will be the moderator of this session. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will proceed with our work today. On the second panel of the first session on the Serbia and the Euro-Atlantic community, the first to address this gathering will be Michael Davenport, head of the EU delegation to the Republic of Serbia. Your Excellency, take the floor, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry to be the last to join the panel. It's a pleasure to be invited to speak for a few minutes today. I should say that I'm very much second or third best when it comes to an EU representative talking on this subject, but although an invitation was sent to the institutions across town in Brussels, they asked me to join you today from headquarters. It's a particular pleasure to see so many parliamentarians from around NATO countries in this chamber, which only a few days ago hosted the Stabilisation and Association Parliamentary Committee, and which saw quite lively debates about the resolution which was to be adopted, and which did indeed adopt conclusions which I think take us forward, and which build on the resolution of the European Parliament earlier this year, which in itself was the resolution on the progress report of the European Commission. And I think the fact that you are here today, so shortly after that important meeting of the Parliamentary Committee, underlines and symbolises perhaps the close connection between the European Union and NATO, and also perhaps that Serbia's relations with both the European Union and NATO have been moving forward quite significantly. Of course, the EU and NATO have been cooperating closely in an institutional way for some time, since for at least the last 14 years. And the two organisations have set out the principles underlying their relationship in the EU-NATO Declaration on a European Security and Defence Policy. And this is because the EU and NATO, and perhaps most importantly EU member states and NATO allies, share strategic interests, need to cooperate on issues of common interests, and therefore are working together in managing crises, in developing capabilities, and in political consultations. Of course, there are a number of EU countries which are not NATO members. There are NATO countries which are not EU members, but ultimately members of both organizations share the same values as well as sharing strategic interests. So I think it is important to underline that the EU and NATO can play complementary and mutually reinforcing roles in supporting international peace and security, including, of course, in this region. Now, for the EU in this region, the key priority, of course, is advancing the enlargement agenda, taking forward the enlargement strategy in such a way as to give Western Balkan countries a clear perspective for stability, economic growth and prosperity, but based firmly on democracy, fundamental rights and the rule of law. I think the fact that Serbia opened formally accession negotiations with the European Union in January 2014 was important recognition of the progress that has been made. Of course, countries around the region are at different stages of their developing relationship with the European Union, just as they are at different stages in terms of their relationship with NATO. But I think it's clear that from the point of view of the European Union, and certainly as stressed in conclusions from the European Council over now a number of years, it is the clear message from the EU that Europe's unification will not be complete until all Western Balkan countries are able to realize their ambition of acceding to the EU. Federica Mogherini, High Representative and Vice President, was here in Belgrade after visiting Pristina the day before. She was here on Friday. She also came to this building where she met representatives of the Parliamentary Committee for European Integration and the Parliamentary Committee for Foreign Affairs. And it was her strong and clear message that the European Union is committed to supporting Serbia on its path towards membership of the EU. And she pledged that the EU will continue to provide support and assistance to help Serbia along this path, just as the EU is ready to do so with other Western Balkan countries. And of course, just as the prospect of EU accession and the rolling out of the enlargement policy has transformative power when it comes to individual countries' domestic and reform policies, so it is true that that NATO, not just in enlarging its membership, but also in reaching out to countries which have not decided to join or have yet to decide to join, also plays an enormously important role in bolstering the security and stability, which I think all the countries of this region recognize is so important if they are to be successful with their political, economic and structural reforms. Now, when it comes to the enlargement policy as applied in 2015 to the candidate countries, including Serbia, there are three areas which are of particular importance now in ways in which they were not necessarily given such a high priority in the case of previous accessions. So, in the case of Montenegro, which is already a little bit further down the track and has opened 16 chapters in the accession process already, and in the case of Serbia, a very strong focus is being put on the rule of law, the reform of the judiciary and judicial institutions, the effective combating of corruption, the effective fight against discrimination, also the putting in place of proper structures for dealing with migration and dealing with asylum, and also for ensuring and guaranteeing media freedom. So this is a key area of focus across the region. The second area, which is being very much highlighted in the enlargement strategy, is economic governance. I think very much flowing from the experience of European Union member states themselves, whether in the Eurozone or outside the Eurozone over the last years, has been, the experience has been instructive, and there is a determination to ensure that more is done to ensure better common understanding between European Union member states and aspiring member states when it comes to economic governance and the direction of economic reform. And this has been taken up with enthusiasm and alacrity, especially in Serbia. And the economic and finance ministers of European Union member states have consistently supported the direction of Serbia's economic and structural reforms. And in the shape of the new, of the Serbian government's new economic reform program, will be, I am sure, doing so again in the near future. The third area, which is being given a high priority, is the reform of public administration, whether we're talking about central government or local government. Of course, because this is very important in order to be able effectively to implement the requirements from the accession process, and not just to pass the necessary legislation, but also to implement the necessary legislation. But also because I think there's been a growing understanding that a public administration which is conscious of the fact that it is providing a public service to citizens is also essential to the reforms, including the economic reforms which are needed, and to the creation of a business climate which stands a better chance of attracting both foreign and domestic investment. Now, I think that you, looking at the program that you have for your conference, I think that you will be hearing from others about the specifics of the dialogue between Belgrade and Pristina. Indeed, I think you have a special dedicated session to that tomorrow. So I won't dwell on that. Suffice it to say that this, of course, is a key area for the European Union, and this was, of course, one of the issues, amongst others, which the High Representative addressed together with Serbian leadership here on Friday. I mean, I should say I was asked by a journalist earlier today why it is that there's a word in Serbian, zastoj. Why is there stasis in the dialogue? Well, it's not the case. There was an issue. There was a problem with the fact that following elections, both in Serbia and in Kosovo, there was a period of time where there was no government especially in Kosovo last year, and the government was not formed until earlier this year. But once the government was formed, both Belgrade and Pristina moved very swiftly to take part in a further round of the dialogue at political level, which High Representative Mogherini was only too happy to facilitate on the 9th of February, and that led to a new positive outcome in the form of an agreement on justice, and that's also been followed up by a further agreement on the integration of civil protection personnel. Which is not to say that there is not a lot more to do, and of course that will continue. But there is now renewed momentum in the process, which we need to build upon. And I think that's the note on which I would end. That there is much to build upon. We have had a successful screening process in which Serbia has demonstrated professionalism and determination. That needs to be built upon now that we move into the post-screening phase of EU accession. There has much been done on the rule of law, and Serbia is about to deliver the action plans which form the benchmarks for opening the first chapters, which need to be 23 and or 24 in the process. And in the dialogue too, there has been a series of positive developments, not least the historic visit to Pristina by First Deputy Prime Minister Dacic last week, accompanied by Deputy Prime Minister Mihailovic. So I'll stop at that point and pass to somebody else. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Michael Davenport. And now I'll ask His Excellency Jan Varsho, the Ambassador of Slovakia to Serbia, to take the floor. Please take the floor, Mr. Varsho.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this is the most difficult part of the seminar after excellent lunch, that we have to concentrate on the ideas, waiting for improving our knowledge from the side of the speakers. Anyway, thank you very much for inviting me for the seminar. I am very honored and pleased to be here and to share my, I would say, personal experience in a position as a head of the NATO Contact Point Embassy in Belgrade. Actually, I could say that with Michael we are bosses of the Euro-Atlantic area here in Belgrade, himself as a head of the EU delegation and myself as a head of the NATO Contact Point Embassy in Belgrade. I'm sure that you are aware what the Contact Point Embassy is doing, but nevertheless I would like to stress at least two important tasks what we do here. The first task is to facilitate the contacts between the NATO and the Serbian authorities, together with the Military Liaison Office of NATO here in Belgrade. The second thing is to make some public diplomacy in order to present the policy of NATO in the Republic of Serbia, what we do together, especially with the non-governmental organization, is civil sectors. In order to demonstrate it into examples, I would say that yesterday it was the facilitation, I would say, part of our mission here, when we had the meeting of head of the diplomatic missions of the NATO in Belgrade at the Slovak embassy with the first Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Minister, Mr. Ivica Dačić. After his visit and his meeting with NATO member states in headquarters in Brussels, 18th of March this year, and in the area, in the field of the public diplomacy, it is this seminar itself is demonstrating that the public diplomacy, because the communication between the deputies, parliamentarians from the NATO member states and the authorities of the Republic of Serbia is always very good and very welcome, because they can exchange the views about the mutual cooperation, what can be do better, what can be done better, and what we should do in the future. I would say that Michael Davenport has already indicated that the processes of the integration to the European Union and the cooperation with NATO are interlinked, interconnected, even they are two different processes based on the different objectives, but nevertheless based also on the same values. And when I was thinking how to catch up the issue and what I should say here from the position of the contact point embassy, I have decided to use actually my lecture or my presentation when I am asked request to go to the universities, among the young peoples, to the NGOs, to speak about the cooperation between Serbia and NATO. And you may judge in the end of the day whether I should do it better or in a different way, but nevertheless I think that in my view, in the Republic of Serbia, we are in this stage that we should explain the things in a way what I have decided to do. First of all, the item of our presentation is Serbia in Euro-Atlantic Community. I always raise the question, the definition, the notion, why we have chosen such topic, why not Euro-Asiatic or I don't know, some other African issue or so. The answer is that, of course, geographically we are located in the Euro-Atlantic zone, but it is geographical. Philosophically, we are linked, or our policy is based on the same values, which we honor, which we respect. This is a pluralistic democracy, market economy, and human rights. Of course, this principle or this policy has not been, I would say, opposed overnight, from one day to another. It has been developed from the centuries, with the good and bad experience, but nevertheless, this is, I would say that this is our civilization, whether we like it or not, and it is the best what we can achieve until now, according to the experience. So we are a family living in this area. Whether the results are good or bad, this is our civilization, and we have the obligation, right and obligation, to contribute and to build it according to our talent, our possibilities, and according to the reality in which we live. I always mention the case, how to judge whether we are doing well or bad, or we can do it better or not, using the example when former American president, and I'm sure that some of you have already heard this story, Richard Nixon visited China in 1972 for the first time after the World War II, and he met at this time the Prime Minister Zhou Enlai, and they discussed informally next to the Chinese wall, and Mr. Nixon asked the Zhou Enlai what he is thinking about the influence on the French Revolution to the European civilization. Zhou Enlai was a little bit silent, and after that he answered, it means that everybody knows that French Revolution was in 1789, and the answer was, it is too early to judge after 200 years whether the impact of French Revolution is good or bad to the European civilization. The question is that I would say it is up to us to build up the society, reform, etc., and it's up to the future generation to judge whether we do it good or bad. This is the first part. The second part is related, I would say, to the process of the reform within the society. Why we prefer or we support such community society based on the pluralistic economy, pluralistic democracy, market economy, and respect of human rights. This is also not incidentally. There is the tradition, and you know, especially in our countries, and in my age I can compare the situation in Czechoslovakia or in Slovakia later on. During the period of the totalitarian regime and planning economy, and afterwards with the system of pluralistic democracy and so on. I think that once again the pluralistic democracy offers the human being and the society the possibility to realize himself or herself in the society according to his, her talent, capability, and ability to contribute. This is up to now. Of course, there are some subjective elements also that influence this ideal system which we would like to reach. But nevertheless, I think that it was Mr. Winston Churchill who said that the democracy is now the ideal system, but we have not invented the better one. And this, in this regards, is up to us to establish, to create the conditions in order that every human being has the possibility to realize himself, herself in the society. This is the principle which has been followed in, I would say, in a historical way in all the democracies, and particularly in our region after fall of the Berlin Wall, with the transformation of the society. Many of you are here also from this side of the continent, where the totalitarian system was imposed after the World War II, and with damages and deformation within the society, not only the human being deformation, but also the system as such of the society. In this regard, the transformation within the Republic of Serbia in the process of the integration to the European Union and in cooperation with NATO is very important. And I would say that here in Belgrade all states, European Union and NATO support this reform, even in these very difficult circumstances of the global crisis. But nevertheless, in the political sphere, in the economical sphere, and as Michael Davenport has explained, it is very important to approach to this ideal society and to join the values on which the Euro-Atlantic community has been based, and what Euro-Atlantic community has been defending for the society. It is very difficult in the area of the economy, especially, as I said, in the crisis. But nevertheless, the transformation of the economy and some injections of the private sector, it is very important. Allow me to mention one, maybe it was anecdote or it was the true, but during the Czechoslovakia at this time, during the totalitarian system and in the period of the planning economy, one Japanese businessman visited Czechoslovakia, and she expressed the wish to see how our people work at the factories. And it was allowed to him to come to the factory, and the director and the workers have been instructed that they have to work very hard in order to show how we are building our community, our economy. He went to the factory, he said something, I said it also to the Japanese ambassador, it is nothing secret for Japan. He said something in Japanese language. He made the excursions through the factory, and after that he said once again something in the Japanese language. And they asked the interpret what he said. At the beginning, Japanese businessman said that he is very lucky, very glad that he can see and visit the factory, and when he finished, he said, "Thank you very much for having the possibility to visit your factory, but I apologize that I couldn't participate in your strike. I am not a member of your syndicate." Immediately I apologized to all people who worked very hard. It is finished?
Yes.
Okay, I will stop here and thank you very much for your attention.
Hvala lepo.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ambassador Vašo. I'll now give the floor to Marko Savković, Program Director of the Belgrade Security Forum. Please take the floor, Mr. Savković.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I would like to begin by conveying best wishes for the continuation of this seminar from the President of Belgrade Fund for Political Excellence, Ms. Sonja Licht, who could not be with us today, unfortunately. And I have the unlucky task of actually trying to take her place and to present a few thoughts coming from civil society on Serbia's role, place in the Euro-Atlantic community. Now, the title of this panel was so wide that I felt that we should all be given a chance to approach this topic from a different angle. And I was primarily concerned with the issue of Serbia's foreign policy, which I feel is lacking in a way that its effective deliberation is missing in our society. I think this is very important because, after all, the topic of this, the main idea behind this event is actually to promote Euro-Atlantic cooperation and the fact that Serbia is contributing to it. And I would like to begin from saying that actually, and this has been said a number of times before, Serbia is a security provider, and it has come a long way to become one. Year by year, it is increasing its contribution to peacekeeping operations in both size and scope under both EU and UN flag. Serbia is involved in a plethora of regional security initiatives from various aspects of defense cooperation to preventing irregular migrations, for instance. And Serbia is doing this, of course, in its best interest. It's doing this because we share most of these threats, even though the risk level may not be the same among our between our countries. We all, for instance, face, as our climate changes irreversibly, we all face the risk of severe flooding, for instance, or forest fires. But also, Serbia is on the other side of the spectrum of potential risk and threats to security. Serbia is a country of origin for fighters going both to Syria and both to Ukraine. We have the unhappy distinction of being one such country. And these people, of course, are bound to return, which presents a security risk at best. Now, to my next point, this strange difference. The deliberation of Serbia's foreign policy priorities is lagging behind, which is, in my opinion, very strange. We have dimensions of foreign policy, like defense policy and security policy, which are being discussed and have been discussed in various fora for years back. We can take, for example, migration policy, where we have a strong impetus for its deliberation coming from both external and internal factors. We had the roadmap towards visa liberalization, which is a fantastic example of how actors from across the aisle, across the political spectrum, can work together with European Union and achieve a very tangible political goal. We can also take as an example something that is much more closer, I think, to many who are sitting here in the benches today, which is the topic of gender and security, which turned out to be a feasible policy that carried low political risk, and there was a lot to gain from this process. And when you look at the gender and security issues and how the whole policy developed, it's really astonishing from where we were 15 years ago to where we are now. We don't need even to mention all the policies that are falling under the scope of European integration. Serbia is neck deep in European integration process, in deliberating chapter by chapter different policies. And we have several civil society initiatives where government representatives are taking part, which are made all in order to make these processes more transparent and more beneficial, and in a way to make our policy decisions more comprehensive. Now, up to the next point of the need for, which is, in my opinion, a foreign policy review. There is no logical explanation for this lagging in deliberating foreign policy of Serbia. My question would be that, are we going to enter the second decade of Serbia's independence without a foreign policy strategy? Security strategy, defense strategy, or even a comprehensive plan for joining the EU cannot be seen as a substitute for a proper foreign policy review. Let's look, for instance, at the kind of foreign policy review that Germany went through in 2014. A foreign policy review would be a step in the right direction, since you can make it inclusive. Since there are more and more people, there is this, I would say, critical mass in Serbia of people and institutions which are willing to engage. You have new and upcoming think tanks. You have journalists who are trying to specialize in the field of foreign policy. You have new media outlets. You have new study programs at some universities. So there are a lot of resources that can be taken from. And you don't need to rush things. I mean, a review can last for a full year, as it was the case in Germany. And of course, it needs to be transparent. It needs to have, for instance, a website and a place where you can actually present some of its outcomes. What would be added benefits of this foreign policy review? First, you could see a leading role for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, which to an outside observer of Serbia's internal development seems at times sidelined from important processes. You could put its capacities to the test and hopefully promote its strong points. There is potential for positive organizational change within the ministry as an actor of foreign policy, most important actor of foreign policy actually. And actually we could begin a process of honest deliberation of costs and benefits of memberships and alliances that this country should or would like to go to. And in end result of this foreign policy review, we could have a foreign policy which is perhaps less ambitious, but more founded in reality and with desirable outcomes defined. I would like to stop here and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Savkovic. Now we will proceed with the questions. First was Domas Petroulis. Please take the floor, Mr. Petroulis.
Thanks. Thanks for all interesting speeches and presentations. And my question would be to Mr. Michael Davenport, head of EU delegation to the Republic of Serbia. And now you are chairing to OCDC organization, and it's very challenging and challenging thing, and you have possibility to show for the world as modern and pro-European way country. And your main political goal is to integrate your country in EU, and you respect the values, the NATO and EU values like democracy, freedom of expressions, and the rule of law. But on 19th of March, into OCDC organization headquarters in Vienna, our previous Lithuanian ambassador to Ukraine wanted to organize a photography exhibition commemorating the anniversary of annexation of Crimea. And Serbia banned this event. And what do you think? These things, this kind of things helps you to integrate for integration, or not so much? Thanks.
There may be a slight misunderstanding, Mr. Petroulis. I am the head of the EU delegation in Serbia, but I do not represent the Serbian government here. I will therefore answer your question probably only partially, because it's not really for me to answer all of the points that you made. Serbia is indeed holding the chairmanship in office of the OSCE in 2015, and this is, I think, for Serbia and for the foreign ministry and the foreign minister a significant challenge, both politically and organizationally. the Serbian chairmanship in office has been very keen to consult the OSCE membership, across the membership, in advance of taking over this role. So during 2014, there were very helpful consultations between the EU and the OSCE chairmanship in office before the end of 2014, and I'm glad to say that is continuing during 2015. I think the chairmanship in office is very realistic about what Serbia can achieve as chairmanship in office, and very conscious of the enormous challenges which are faced, especially in Ukraine, where the OSCE, of course, is playing a key role in very difficult circumstances, especially when it comes to monitoring the implementation or infringement of the Minsk agreement. I was pleased to see that the Serbian OSCE chairmanship this last week in Belgrade hosted and organized a conference devoted to the safety and security of journalists, an OSCE international conference, which was, I think, important. The Serbian position on Ukraine is to support Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity, and of course that is in line with the European Union and European Union member states' position. Serbia has, however, not been able to align itself, as with all policy statements and declarations of the European Union under the Common Security and Foreign Policy. Serbia, as a candidate state, has been and will continue to be invited to align with the European Union's policy on Ukraine. But Serbia has also made clear that it is not able to align when it comes to restrictive measures imposed by the European Union on Russia. So that is a disagreement. The European Union's position is that Serbia, as a candidate country, and this ties in, of course, with what we were just hearing from Mr. Savkovic, Serbia needs to ensure that progressively, as a candidate country, it is able to align with common foreign and security policy, including when it comes to restrictive measures. One of the issues which Serbia needs to address, and which the Parliament needs to address, is in fact the necessary legislation to be able to meet the commitments when it comes to restrictive measures, because that's not actually currently in place. I don't think it's for me to comment on the particular question that you raise about the Lithuanian ambassador's point concerning the exhibition, because I'm not familiar with the exhibition, and it would be wrong for me to take a view on that. Suffice it to say that clearly it is important for people to know what the current situation is in Crimea and indeed in other parts of Ukraine.
Thank you very much. The next is Lord Hamilton. He applied for word. Please take the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My question too is for Ambassador Davenport. He referred to cooperation between the EU and NATO. Of course, many members of the EU and NATO are the same. Not all of them, but many of them are. And although there was a resolution passed at the recent NATO conference in South Wales that NATO nations would strive to spend 2% of their GDP on defence, the reality is that we've all been spending less than that, with very few exceptions, and even the United Kingdom has been dropping in terms of their expenditure. Is it not a waste of limited resources to be talking in terms of European armies and a European defence identity which merely duplicates much of the work that NATO is trying to do?
Well, I mean, in answer, what I can say is that I think it's really for member states to decide this. When it comes to defence expenditure, it is a fact, as you say, that nearly all allies in NATO are spending less than the 2% of GDP which you mentioned. I think, you know, put it this way, from where I sit, I mean, my role here is to represent the European Union in Serbia and to take forward in the interests of European Union member states and in pursuit of the conclusions from the European Council, which are the conclusions of European Union member states, by definition, to take forward and implement the EU's policy when it comes to enlargement. There is no part for the vision which you describe in what we are doing with Serbia or with any of the candidate countries in this region right now. There is, of course, a strong interest, though, on the part of Serbia in participating in international missions. Serbia is rather proud of the role that it takes in not just UN peacekeeping missions, but also CSDP, European Union missions. I think Serbia is currently participating in 4 of those. It seems to me that by definition, duplication of resources when resources are scarce must be avoided, must be a bad idea, especially when goals are shared. And it seems to me also that the kind of close working relationship at all levels, which I think was what was expressed in Cardiff, is precisely what the sort of direction that we need to be working in and building on that.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is a speaker from Spain.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for your excellent presentation, all panelists. My question goes to Mr. Michael Davenport. You mentioned, Mr. Davenport, you mentioned 3 main areas in the conversations between the European Union and Serbia. And the second is economic governance. I'd like to know more details about this area. If you could elaborate on the benchmarks to be reached by Serbia in order to integrate in the future the European Union, because I think it's probably the economic governance is one of the most difficult issues to be completed by Serbia. And what's your point of view, or the point of view of European Union now in relation with this very difficult point, the economic governance? Thank you.
Yeah, no, thanks for the follow-up question. What I was describing with those 3 areas was not a separate chapter. These are not chapters in the negotiations. These are themes that are important for candidate countries to address across the board. When it comes to the economic governance area that you rightly raise. It's not so much the question of setting specific benchmarks, but what the European Commission's role has been in the run-up to any enlargement has been to establish whether a candidate country going through the negotiations actually meets the criteria of being a functioning market economy. And actually, because of the levels of, primarily because of the levels of state aid in the economy and the levels of state involvement and participation in the economy, this is not just about Serbia, but I think none of the 6 countries of the region aspiring to EU membership, none of them actually does meet, according to successive enlargement reports from the European Commission, and none of them does meet those criteria. And because of the economic and financial crisis which has afflicted the European Union and Europe as a whole over the last few years, the last Commission, but also the new Commission, is giving is paying increased attention to trying to ensure that countries which are moving towards membership are approximating their economic approach to their European Union partners in concert with their European partners at the time by accession. Of course, this is a big challenge, and it's something that's quite new in its approach. But what we have seen is that Serbia is rather leading the way when it comes to this. Serbia is very enthusiastic about the kind of support which the European Commission can offer, but is also being very rigorous in the economic reforms that the Serbian government has been undertaking since last April, and where they have received the endorsement from the IMF last month, but also are receiving support at political level, but also at technical level from the European Union member states. I hope that answers your question to some extent.
Zahvaljujem. Thank you very much. Dubrovka Filipovski, our MP, and God said it's a pleasure to give her the floor. Thank you. My question will be for Mr. Ambassador Varsho. You are the ambassador of the Slovak Republic to Serbia for almost 4 years. Your mandate is expiring, and I'm interested to hear your view of the state of things in Serbia as compared to when you first arrived, and how it looks like now, and how you see Serbia in future.
Thank you very much for this question. Unfortunately, it is true that my term is going to the end of this year after 4 years, and I can say that I don't only feel the changes, but also I can see the changes when I arrived in 2011 here at the beginning of the year, and right now. I will be very brief, short. First, in 2011, maybe some of you remember very well that it was the tension vis-à-vis Kosovo in the administrative line, fire, and so on. Now the situation is totally, completely different. There is a dialogue. Agreements are reached, many of them are implemented, and I think that this issue has been taken in a right direction. and it is connected with the stabilization of the region, and the Republic of Serbia is in this regard very active. This is one area what I wanted to mention in my introductory remarks. The question on the security issue, the cooperation with NATO. It's true that the first IPAP was presented in 2011, but now we have already completed the IPAP program. It is the question of the implementation. It means what has been said during the morning discussion. There is some confidence building steps taken from both sides, from NATO and the Serbia, in order to have the region stable, secure and prosperous one. And I am not talking about the integration process, what Michael has been explaining, that it's true that it is a lot of work in front of us to achieve and to implement, because we are really in the first stage. After the screening, it was mentioned that 24th of March the screening process was finished, and now the Republic of Serbia and the member states are expecting that the first chapter will be open for negotiation. And by the way, I would like to warm up a little bit egoistical Slovak approach that we gave the key from the European gate to the Republic of Serbia 24th of January last year, in order to use it for integration to the European Union. It means there is a big progress, I would say, of course, due to the initiative of the European Union or the partners, but also and especially due to the activities and determination of the Republic of Serbia to join to the values, as I mentioned, of the European family. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I give the floor to Mr. Andrzej Szewiński from Poland.
I'd like to congratulate for a very interesting speeches, and I would like to raise a question to Ambassador Davenport. So I have two short questions. First, it's about improvement of the relation with Kosovo is now the key condition for Belgrade to progress accession negotiation with the EU. As we know, Serbia does not recognize Kosovo as a state. However, there is an advantage that Belgrade signed many individual agreements. It's kind of a goodwill. For example, the government in Belgrade recognized Kosovo's custom documents. So would you please tell us from your perspective, how important are those small steps for fulfilling criteria by Serbia to joining EU? And the second one, in your speech you mentioned about institutional NATO-EU cooperation. Would you be so kind and tell us what kind of institutional NATO-EU cooperation you meant in present circumstances? Thank you very much.
Taking your second point first, if I may. I'm not quite sure what you mean by in present circumstances, but clearly there are challenges. There are huge changes in the European security environment, in the political environment in our continent, and as Lord Hamilton pointed out, the membership of the two organisations overlaps to a very considerable extent. So I think that political consultation is inevitably absolutely key, but also I think, given that both the European Union and NATO have a very clear stated attachment to common values, I think that that NATO and the EU can be mutually reinforcing. I think, as Ambassador Varsa said, it's a very important development that Serbia, in the case of Serbia, if that's what you had in mind, reached the point of agreeing and signing the IPAP, and I think a strong message was sent by Mr. Dacic being in NATO for that, and I think that EU and NATO can help to reinforce one another in many respects. But they are also very different organisations. I think it's very important to bear that in mind. And what capability, when we're talking about capability development, again, it's important to work within the framework of what makes both political and operational sense. But there is an EU role in the common security and defence policy, and I think that there is now a very good track record that the EU has in an operational sense in many parts of the world. On the second point that you mentioned, the first point that you mentioned on the dialogue, I think it's important to recognise that the agreement of the 19th of April 2013 was an enormously important breakthrough, and it resulted from a significant change in approach, which was to place the dialogue, which until the summer of 2012 had been very much on a technical and official level, to raise it to the political and leadership level. And the engagement by the two prime ministers at the time and the High Representative, and the frequency of meetings at that level were absolutely fundamental to achieving that turnaround in the relationship. I think Ivica Dacic, will tell you he's been, I think, 40 or 50 times in Brussels over the last couple of years, and he's now happy to have a change, visiting Vienna more often. But this was a huge engagement by everybody concerned, and it produced an agreement which covers a range of issues, including the integration of the police force, including the integration of the judiciary, including the organisation of including the way that municipalities operate, including the holding, let's not forget, of local elections in Kosovo under Kosovo law, as was agreed, and that was done. And yes, customs is part of what was agreed actually before the Brussels agreement itself, but then was reinforced by the Brussels agreement. And it is about making, once the strategic direction of comprehensive normalization is established, it is about making those steady, often small, but important steps forward. And that is why it's very important that we now have renewed momentum in the dialogue.
Thank you very much. We've got another two questions. First of all, I'll ask Mr. from Armenia to put a question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have questions to all speakers, but with small details for everyone. I think in this hall there are a lot of people who knows who has been Ron Asmus. Once has been like the person who has been running with the German Marshall Fund in many cases, and also has been one of the pusher of the NATO and EU enlargement with its logic. He once used to make a kind of a simplification of the real ideas of enlargement, saying that first NATO was in many countries of the Warsaw Pact or Socialist Club, then the NATO will act as an engine for the reform, and then EU enlargement has been also coming. If you're looking, we have Hungary, Poland, Czech Republic, then the other 10s, it's a kind of they've been following to the similar case. And it's brought to the situation that NATO has been entering, acting as engine for reform, providing security, and then EU was able to kind of enlarge in the practical matter. In this regard, today I've heard about Serbian EU aspiration, or EU membership aspiration, but also there was few times points has been mentioned that about NATO membership. It seems there's no much progress, not on the level of cooperation, but hope for the membership as foreseen only in not visible future. And my question is to, first of all, Ambassador Davenport. In regard of EU membership, if this is coming there without NATO membership in place already, what are the security arrangements that the EU can provide for its enlarged borders? I would like to ask Mr. Ambassador Warsaw, related to his activities here as a NATO contact person, is there really public in a support of the NATO enlargement or NATO cooperation? And my question to Marko Savkovic, who has been very clearly presenting idea about the foreign policy review and coming up with the new concept on foreign policy, how much, in your opinion, there should be really security concerns be taken into the foreign policy concept to be really able to say that our target as EU membership would be fulfilled and would agree?
I will be very brief in my answer. If new countries join the European Union, it's on the same basis as every other member state of the European Union, and not all, as we've just discussed, not all members of the European Union are members of NATO. Sweden, for example, is not a member of NATO, but has a very long border with non-EU and non-NATO states. So Serbia would be joining that group of EU member states which are not members of NATO. I think it's important to stress, though, in that context, the importance of of Serbia building on what has now been put in place in terms of the relationship with NATO, first of all through the Partnership for Peace and now through IPAP. I think it's very positive. And I think that the kind of relationship which non-NATO member states of the European have, Austria is another example, have with NATO is instructive and probably offers a rather useful sort of model for Serbia to be guided by. But it's ultimately for Serbia to decide on the relationship it has with NATO, and indeed on the question of ultimately of whether Serbia might want to join NATO.
Okay, thank you. I will be also very brief. No, there is no a big support for NATO, and we believe in the better future. I can only stress what Michael has been said, that there are two different tracks. Even I mentioned that there is interconnection between, as far as the rule of law, good governance is concerned, and so on. But you have heard this morning what the First Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister of Foreign Affairs said. This is up to the Serbian leadership and to the Serbian authorities what intensive cooperation would be between the Republic of Serbia and NATO. I can only add in this regard that every state has its own curriculum vitae, its own history, and I think that it was State Secretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs who mentioned that also due to the past or recent past in the relation between Serbia and NATO, I would say the level of cooperation, achieving the IPAP agreement between NATO and the Republic of Serbia is a very good, I don't want to say starting point, but the following point in the cooperation with NATO. And as it has been mentioned, this dimension includes also the public diplomacy. And I strongly believe that it was said he is here during the visit of the Admiral Ferguson, when he said, what has happened in the past we cannot change. We have to concentrate to our future. And in this regard, I believe and that I hope that this part of IPA program of the public diplomacy will be explored through not only the contact point embassies, through the authorities of the Republic of Serbia, through the NGO and so on, and it will come to the better support for in the public opinion. Thank you.
Zahvaljujem. Zahvaljujem.
Thank you.
Very short answer to what you have asked. Absolutely. We have a defense strategy and we have a security strategy in place. But definitely these security threats, the liberation of security threats and risk must be part of it. But I think that our wider problem is that we are missing a sort of an umbrella strategy that would also envelop these issues as well. I mean, simply it's like we are, I'm not saying that we should build the house from the roof, but, you know, thank you.
Thank you very much. Finally, I give the word to our guests sitting on the gallery. Gospodine
Commission, I have one question or two questions in one for Mr. Marko Savkovic. You mentioned the extremists which are leaving Serbia and also other countries of the Western Balkans to join their fight in Syria and Iraq and also Ukraine. What are the steps or measures which Serbia is doing to prevent these extremists to leave and go to fight to Syria, Iraq and Ukraine? And what, in your opinion, can EU and EU member states in cooperation with region, Western Balkans region to do to fight back this current threat? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jan, for this question. Also, very shortly, I think that there will be a panel tomorrow in the program where we will have the director of our security agency who will probably address the question in greater length. But what I see as an observer from the standpoint of civil society is that, for instance, we are lacking a debate on this in our society as well. I would say this is one of the reasons why we have today in the afternoon we will have actually a panel with Foreign Minister Dacic and Italian Foreign Minister Gentiloni speaking on how to stem this tide of radicalization that we are all witnessing. Definitely this definitely and unfortunately, our country is a point of origin for fighters going both to Syria and to Ukraine. When we speak of young men who go to Syria, it is an incredibly complex issue that is a problem for not only this region but also micro-region of Sanjak, which is in between several countries, as you know. And it is complex because it has also to do with, of course, economic depravity. It has to do with the, I would say, rather unstable political situation we have there, which is caused by political bickering between main political actors. Also, it is, of course, it is a tragedy for those families as well, as you might imagine. What I'm missing as a citizen of Serbia is I would really like to see more light shed on this issue. I mean, sometimes it feels as if there is more, or maybe that is understandable, that there is more interest for what is happening in Ukraine and people who are going to Ukraine to fight. But what we could do, what we should do, definitely it's exchange of information, cooperation between intelligence agencies. You have to be very careful because, of course, you need to take into consideration religious feelings as well. You can't really be too aggressive in this whole prevention debate. But as I said, I mean, I think we lack more deliberation and more discussion of this particular threat in our society. I think we, as civil society, could do more as well in this regard.
Thank you very much. I just want to say that Serbia has passed a law that its citizens can go and fight in other countries. I would like to thank now to all the participants in this discussion. We've had good quality discussion. We are going to have a 15 minutes break. The next topic will be the Western Balkans and Euro-Atlantic integration. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, esteemed MPs, Your Excellencies. I'd like to start with the next session, if it's okay with you. Esteemed MPs, Your Excellencies, honourable participants, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to open session 2 of the first day of the 88th Rose-Roth seminar on the topic the Western Balkans and Euro-Atlantic integration. My name is Milošević Milovan. I'm Executive Director of Atlantic Council of Serbia and a member of the NATO Members Network. I'd like to give the word to His Excellency Ambassador Miomir Udovicki, Head of the Mission of the Republic of Serbia to NATO. Your Excellency, the floor is yours. Thank you. Honorable Chairman, Mr. Milošević, honorable participants in the 88th Rose-Roth seminar of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, I'm pleased to be here with you today and glad because since 2003 this is the third time that Serbia has an opportunity to host the seminar. I'm also pleased that Serbia has meanwhile developed to become an increasingly important factor in maintaining security and stability in the Western Balkans, which was recently recognized at a meeting between North Atlantic Council and Serbia at the headquarters of the Atlantic Alliance. This success has been achieved owing to the reforms in all segments of the society, but primarily owing to an enhanced trust of the international community in Serbia and to increasingly better relations in the region. Serbia advocates the development of cooperation, peace and prosperity in the region, which is one of our main foreign policy priorities. We highly support every progress of the Western Balkan countries in the European integration process, and we respect their aspirations to become NATO member countries. Improvement of regional cooperation and the reconciliation process are the way to become closer to each other and find mutual interests. Regional cooperation process has additionally advanced in recent years, and Serbia has been particularly dedicated to it, which was symbolically proved by the Western Balkans 6 meeting held in Belgrade last October and in Pristina last week. Involvement of the EU in previous conferences and various forums indicates that the European integration of the Western Balkan countries, regardless of many challenges faced by the EU, is still high on the EU agenda. The Western Balkans is a part of the European community, and we are convinced that strengthening of the regional relations will pace up both the European and Euro-Atlantic integration of those countries in the region that have set this as their priorities. We believe that the full membership in the European Union of all regional countries will be the result of joint work and partnership between the Western Balkans and the EU. We are ready to deepen our cooperation in order to accelerate the process of the European integration of the region, both with those who are already far ahead in the process and with those who have yet to take the key steps in this direction. At the same time, we deem extremely important that every country moves forward on this path at its own pace and in accordance with its own achieved results, without any imposed pressure to equalize the dynamics of the accession process. The European perspective of the West Balkan countries has also had an essential impact on the improvement of regional cooperation and facilitated tackling of various open issues in the region through dialogue. Furthermore, clear perspective of the EU membership was crucial in enabling successful dialogue between Belgrade and Pristina. The success of this dialogue has on one hand demonstrated that the enlargement policy is still a powerful motivational force for the Western Balkans, and on the other confirmed that the EU is essential in promoting peace and stability in the region. As regards the Euro-Atlantic integration, this year, which is the 40th anniversary of signing the Helsinki Final Act, Serbia took over the OSCE chairmanship in office. In this capacity, Serbia contributes to resolving all of the conflicts through political and diplomatic means. Serbian OSCE chairmanship in office overlaps with the largest European security crisis since the end of Cold War. The current crisis has emphasized the permanent purpose of the OSCE as an organization, which is most appropriate for overcoming the increasing divisions and for finding cooperative solutions. OSCE response to the crisis has once again shown the importance of this organization for European security. Serbia is active in solving the Ukraine crisis, and it wishes to contribute as an unbiased intermediary to settling arms conflicts and finding a political solution. Serbia is a military neutral country and has no aspiration to join NATO, but it believes that there is room to improve cooperation through the available mechanisms within the Partnership for Peace. We are building a reputation of a reliable, responsible and predictable partner to NATO with the aim of joint contribution to the preservation of peace and stability in the region. Our active participation in the Partnership for Peace program since December 2006 confirms this orientation, as well as the adoption of the Individual Partnership Action Plan, IPAP, on 15th of January this year, that will make a special contribution to further advancement of cooperation in numerous fields. The political dialogue has also significantly developed, which is indicated by the meeting of the Serbian Prime Minister Mr. Vučić with the NATO Secretary General Stoltenberg in Munich in February this year, when he invited NATO Secretary General to visit Serbia. And less than 2 weeks ago, First Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of Serbia, Mr. Ivica Dačić, and Minister of Defense, Mr. Bratislav Gašić, visited the NATO headquarters in Brussels and thus confirmed this direction of our country. Minister of Defense, Mr. Gašić, had previously participated in the meeting of the interoperability platform during the NATO-Wales summit. With its constructive role recognized by its NATO partners, Serbia has contributed to reopening of upper airspace over Kosovo and Metohija for commercial flights within the activities of the NATO-led Balkans Aviation Normalization Meeting, BANM. It is also already ready for further cooperation in the process of normalization of entire airspace over the Balkans. The Republic of Serbia is a member of numerous multilateral regional organizations, initiatives and agreements, and it is dedicated to further strengthening of regional cooperation. We are particularly interested in cooperation in the field of regional security initiatives and forums such as the Center for Security Cooperation, SCE, Rakviak, Southeastern Europe Defense Ministerial Process, SEDM, Southeastern and Eastern Europe Clearinghouse for the Control of the Small Arms and Light Weapons, SECAC, US Adriatic Charter, A5. As a part of our activities at the regional level, allow me to point out that the Serbian mission to NATO holds a chairmanship of the Southeast Europe Security Cooperation Steering Group, CE Group, this year, which is a forum that gathers representatives of delegations of NATO member states from the Western Balkans and Western Balkans NATO partners highly interested in political and security processes in the Western Balkan region. C Group, as a platform characterized above all by pragmatism and informality, offers an opportunity for open exchange of opinion on all political and security issues of regional importance, and it also enables us to introduce those outside this region with our positions and issues that are important to us. Some of the topics on this year's C Group's agenda during our mission's chairmanship in office are the priorities of the Serbian OSCE chairmanship in office, which was already discussed at one of a very successful meeting. Fight against terrorism, with particular emphasis on regional cooperation in tackling the issue of foreign fighters, partnership policy of NATO after the Wales summit, strategic communication and so forth. We will also consider other issues of both regional and wider security importance, such as cooperation in emergency situations, particularly having in mind disastrous effects of the floods our region faced last spring. I would like to reiterate that individual progress and success of each country in the region is seen by Serbia as a success of the whole region. Destinies of the countries in the region are interconnected, and therefore it is in the interest of all of us to invest efforts in improving our cooperation. Reconciliation, readiness to forgive, admitting our mistakes from the past, and compromise in tackling open issues are the key to further progress. In this regard, Serbia has made many significant steps, and it is ready to make additional contribution to strengthening regional cooperation, both by developing bilateral relations and through other multilateral organizations. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for this excellent presentation. I would like to give the floor to the Ambassador Stevan Stoyan, Ambassador of Romania to NATO. Your Excellency, please take the floor.
Very pleased to attend this very important gathering, and I'm grateful to the Serbian host and NATO Parliamentary Assembly for organizing this meeting in Belgrade at this very moment. Indeed, at least from the NATO's perspective, it's a very timely one, and I am pleased to start by welcoming the improving atmosphere of NATO-Serbia relations that we have witnessed in the near past. Serbia has engaged in its first individual partnership action plan in the relation with NATO, a step that has been marked through a meeting of the North Atlantic Council with the First Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of Serbia, Mr. Ivica Dačić, and the Minister of Defense of the Republic of Serbia, Mr. Bratislav Gašić, on the 18th of March. Many of the issues I wanted to touch upon were, in a way or another, looked into and mentioned by my colleague Ambassador Udovicki. Before referring to the relationship between Serbia and NATO, at least from our perspective, let me briefly try to touch three other issues. Security trends in the Western Europe, the importance of the regional cooperation, and the aspiration of the NATO membership of the countries in the region. From a historical point of view, the Western Balkans were associated in the history and in the collective perception of Europe with a very rich and complex past that was the source of tensions in the region and in several cases of the open conflicts. The Balkans' historical heritage had a very strong impact on the European history in the 20th century. Key events that marked the history of Europe in the previous century had their origins in the complex situation in the Balkans. This situation led to a negative connotation associated to the region called as Europe's powered leg. But despite a complex environment, the situation is changing dramatically in the right direction, particularly in the last decade. This change was and is genuinely associated with the European and Euro-Atlantic aspirations of the countries in the region. Seeing their future as members of the Euro-Atlantic institutions, EU and or NATO, was a catalyst not only for the internal efforts of these countries for fulfilling the criteria for membership, but also for changing a confrontational pattern of history in one based on cooperation, mutual trust and shared goals. The process is underway. The results are not yet fully reached, as remnants of this tense heritage are still present. But I do believe that there are no viable alternatives to the one offered by belonging to the community of liberal democracies, including its institutional frameworks. Accordingly, and especially in the current wider security context, when challenges are growing up both in the east and south of Europe, intensifying our joint efforts to integrate the Western Balkan countries are becoming more important than ever. The importance of regional cooperation was treated very well by my colleague, so I think I will just mention that it has also it is also a very important dimension in preparing the countries for integrating themselves either with the EU and NATO or with NATO. We should not forget that the good neighborly relation is an important criterion for membership, both for NATO and EU. One point I want also to mention is that many regional organizations and structures that have been set up at the beginning of the 90s have already started paying off, and many of them are producing results. Some of them have been already mentioned by the distinguished ambassador of Serbia, so I would just skip them. But I want to just point another element on this very specific subject, the fact that strong involvement and contributions in this mechanism played a very positive role for countries as Croatia and Albania, which joined the alliance in 2009. Therefore, I hope that the countries in the region will maintain and consolidate their strong involvement in these vehicles of promoting regional cooperation. With your permission, I will focus more on the aspirants for NATO membership from the Western Balkans. As you know, the open door policy represents one of the key strengths of the North Atlantic Alliance, which is encapsulated in Article 10 of the 1949 Washington Treaty. Based on this policy, 3 successive rounds of enlargement took place after the end of the Cold War, raising the number of NATO allies from 16 to 28. NATO's open door policy has been one of the great successes for the stability of security and stability in Euro-Atlantic area. It has helped to erase many of the dividing lines of the continent and advancing the goal of Europe whole, free and at peace. The door for membership remains open to all European democracies that share the democratic values, can assume the responsibility for NATO membership and can contribute to the security of the Euro-Atlantic area. In the current context marked by the crisis of NATO eastern border and the eastern and southern border, the allied open door policy becomes even more important and relevant for the security and stability of our continent. The crisis in Ukraine demonstrates that all confrontational policies that we believe were belonging to the Cold War history are still to be confronted with. These policies call into question the basic principles upon which the modern and democratic Europe is built, like the respect for international law and assumed commitments, for sovereignty and territorial integrity of all states, and the right of every country to choose its foreign and security policy free of external pressure. We should avoid entering into this game of revitalizing old patterns of the Cold War and accepting a de facto veto right for third parties on NATO's decision, including on the ones regarding relations with our partners and our open door policy. We should also do our best to ensure that our partners are able to take fully sovereign decisions out of external influence or pressure and regard their foreign policy and security policy, foreign and security policy. Currently, 4 countries are aspiring for NATO membership, and 3 of them are coming from the Western Balkans: Bosnia-Herzegovina, Macedonia, and Montenegro. Romania is a very strong supporter of the enlargement policy and of the aspiration of the candidate countries to join the alliance. We support a strong profile of the open door policy on the agenda of the next Allied Summit in Warsaw, as we did also for the summit in Wales. In the current security context, this would be a strong confirmation from our side that the policy of dividing lines belongs to the past. But for this to happen, the essential role is that of the aspirant countries. Let me briefly refer to each of the three aspirant countries from the Western Balkans. Let me refer to the expectations that we have from the three aspirant countries from the Western Balkans in the perspective of the forthcoming summit. In case of Bosnia-Herzegovina, we hope that the prolonged political crisis will come to a conclusion as soon as possible. The country needs an inclusive government with an ambitious reform program. We expect decisive steps following the conditionality set up by the Allied foreign ministers in 2010 at their meeting in Tallinn in order to be granted the accession to the Membership Action Plan, respectively the registration of defense properties. This is apparently a technical matter, but it has a very strong political implications. Therefore, finding a solution to this issue would demonstrate a strong commitment of all communities in the country towards the objective of NATO membership, as was proved when Bosnia-Herzegovina became a candidate country. Macedonia is now engaged in its 16th map cycle, a record that I am sure the authorities in Skopje are not very attached to. The 2000 Bucharest summit decided that Macedonia will become a member of the alliance as soon as a mutual acceptable solution in the name dispute with Greece will be identified. This decision remains fully valid. We hope that both the UN-facilitated dialogue as well as the bilateral consultations with Greece would help advancing towards such a solution. It is worth to be mentioned the strong support of the public opinion for NATO membership that even after so many years that the country is engaged in the map process remains above 70%. For Montenegro, we hope that the end of this year will bring a positive outcome and the NATO foreign ministers will issue an invitation for membership at their meeting in December. So far, the process of intensified and focused dialogue decided at the Wales Summit is advancing positively, as it is also the case with the annual national plan. The authorities in Podgorica are working hard for generating a most positive track record in 4 sensitive areas: the reform of the intelligence, rule of law, support of public opinion for NATO membership, and ensuring an appropriate level of defense spending. I use this opportunity to express also the Alliance gratitude for the strong engagement of the 3 Western Balkan countries, candidate countries in NATO operations. The 3 countries have also been included in the NATO interoperability platform launched at the World Summit, enjoying the access to instruments to help consolidating their interoperability with the Alliance. Finally, let me also refer shortly to the NATO-Serbia's relations. I have mentioned the recent NAC meeting with the participation of the Serbian foreign and defense ministers. It was the first NAC plus Serbia meeting in the last 8 years after the one organized with the occasion of Serbia joining PFP. As NATO Secretary General mentioned at this meeting, the relations between NATO and Serbia were difficult in the past, but we should work closely to change this into a positive and mutually beneficial relationship. The sensitive issues are well known, but I am confident that paying the necessary attention and focusing on common interest on what is uniting us, we could build a truly win-win relationship. The IPAP opened new avenues for NATO-Serbia cooperation, both in practical and political terms. The political dialogue at various levels have much to offer for the mutual benefit. From NATO's side, we are ready to fully take advantage of this opportunity and are confident that Serbia will prove a similar commitment. As it is in general case for all NATO partners, it is up to Serbia to define its level of ambitions, engagement with the alliance, and the IPAP represents an important instrument for advancing cooperation, being tailored according to the Serbian expectations. Let me end by saying that Serbia will continue to have in my country, in Romania, a strong supporter in developing political dialogue and practical cooperation with NATO, as well as for advancing its European aspiration. Thank you very much, and I stand ready for any questions.
Thank you for this detailed speech. I'd like to give the floor now to Ms. Jelena Milic, Executive Director of the Center for Euro-Atlantic Studies. Ms. Milic, the floor is yours. Thank you. I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting me. I will pick up on the speech of Mr. Ambassador. Let me just remind you how the democratic consolidation process of the Western Balkan countries and the reforms of the security system was different from the context of the reforms of the countries of the Eastern Europe. They say that all of them wanted to join NATO and the European Union and so on. However, most of the Western Balkan countries were burdened not just by the past, but by the wars, but also by the war crimes that we inherited, by very weird constitutions that we also inherited and that had to be changed with the help of international community. In the case of Serbia and Montenegro, owing to the sanctions that were imposed on us, we also inherited a system of values that approved, that approved trafficking and illegal trade in goods. And if you have a look, at the last 15 years, now Balkan is at quite a good position, but still there are many reasons for worry. For several times we heard today that Serbia is neutral, military neutral. All the other countries that are in the process of joining the EU would also like to join NATO. But is it really the case in Macedonia, Bosnia, and even in Serbia? I believe that things are much more complex. This is one of the reasons why I, who is heading one of the reorganizations in Serbia that publicly advocates Serbia's membership in the NATO, and I believe that IPAP has come in the right moment. And I honestly hope, I can see that today's Minister of Foreign Affairs of Italy is visiting Serbia today, and I hope that Italian initiative from spring this year to open chapters on negotiation chapters for Serbia. Hopefully this will come true, because opening of the chapters is necessary for the citizens of Serbia and other countries. Very frequently we hear about enlargement fatigue. However, I believe that the Western Balkan countries, where we have institutional impediments, now we have people who are heading these countries where they fear the opposite, quite the opposite situation. When it comes to Serbia, we have a comprehensive reform plan. It is mostly directed towards, it is related to the issue of European integration and support to institutions. Serbia is now finally a member of the World Trade Organization, not today when we finally found out about IPAP, which was not promoted very much in the Serbian public, and the politicians were not precise about what IPAP is. They hurried to say that this is not application for membership in the NATO. However, I believe that more attention should have been paid to some other elements that are very useful for Serbia, because Serbia does not have internal strength without support of EU and NATO to implement them. Very important for the IPAP itself, in my opinion, is that we will have more. There will be obligation for the country to speak about the relations and activities it has with NATO. In Serbia, there used to be pro-NATO campaign, and there were two very intensive anti-NATO campaigns during the negotiations on the new status of Kosovo. Those campaigns were full of false facts, and they influenced the public opinion. And on the other hand, we used to forget cooperation of Serbia with NATO in the first years of democratic government, when we had the late Prime Minister Djindjic. We forgot about this cooperation. We more frequently, mention the relation between KFOR and the Serbs in Kosovo. Generally, the public is not well familiar with the activities and partnership that Serbia has with NATO. Hopefully, this will improve in future. Allow me here to make one digression. We are now in Belgrade, and 10 days ago, it was 16th anniversary since the bombing of Serbia. It's normal. It was traumatic for our citizens. Every of these anniversaries of bombing is marked by, writing a new history since the day of bombing. No one mentions what had happened before the bombing, what had caused this bombing by the international community, what had been going on and what was going on in Kosovo at the time, and what were the Serbian army doing in Kosovo at the time. Serbia has also never made the exact list of victims of the NATO bombing, which is good because those who are, promoting against this NATO bombing are using this, actually misusing this, so the public does not have right data. One NGO, a very reputable NGO, made a database called Kosovo Book of, Remembering, and it says that all the victims during the Kosovo conflict and bombing amounts to about 13,000 people, and during the NATO bombing 758 people were killed both in Serbia and Montenegro, including civilians and army officers and so on. So it is in the interest of the victims to use the correct data. And we should also discuss more seriously and talk more seriously about the causes of the events. I don't think that the Western international community is sometimes ready to talk about this also. Furthermore, why I believe is important that the Western international community becomes more open about the relations between Serbia and Kosovo and the normalization of these relations. In my opinion, normalization of these relations is not about infrastructure, it's not about having the representative of Kosovo Parliament here today. This normalization needs to be more comprehensive. We need to face the past and the wars, the conflicts in the past, regardless of how deep investigations might go, either in Kosovo or in Serbia. It has to be done. These investigations need to be implemented if we want long-term cooperation. The Fund for Humanitarian Rights was working on the mass graves found in the south of Serbia, and the president of Serbia was rewarding the heads of the Serbian army, but still there are not significant evidence on what happened in certain villages in Kosovo where civilians were killed, and we cannot reward and award people without having proper facts. Also, having all this in mind, it is not surprising that in this very building, a few months ago, we could witness some very unpleasant and, in my opinion, even dangerous rejections of the Ministries of Defense to act according to the law. They didn't act according to the law on the request made to them by the ombudsman, our ombudsman Jankovic. And then the question is, how do representatives of the Parliamentary Committee for Security see their role? If the head of the military intelligence agency say, this is the fact, I won't go into any further details, then what should the Parliamentary Committee do on this? I believe that this mechanism of when MPs are not opposing the representatives of the government, but they are simply they're not doing the oversight function. if we are talking about non-violent changes of the regimes, then we need to make very difficult compromises with difficult people, but we need to have legal continuity. We have inherited many staff from the former security services, and the only way to tackle their issues is to send them to the ICTY, and we need to continue with solving the war criminals, the cases of war criminals. Serbia has 46% of the citizens of Serbia would be in favor of Serbia joining the EU at this moment. So it is not healthy if the President of the Republic of Serbia tells the prosecutor for war crimes to stop investigating. I mean, this is something terrible. We cannot join the EU without rule of law and democracy. This would not be good for us. There is another element which is very important, and it has to do with the support of Serbia to the establishment of stronger democratic control over the armed forces. This is something that Serbia needs. The European integration process has been dealing with the reform of security sector, is dealing with the security sector reforms just partially. For this reason, this process is very complicated. In the case of Serbia, I believe that one tailor-made approach would be better and would facilitate Serbia to move forward. So I believe that EU should have this tailor-made approach when it comes to the negotiating chapters. For now, it would be good if both sides would do their best to open to fulfill, the obligations that we have now and to continue the further cooperation, because the support to European integration is not so spectacularly big in Serbia, and we also have some internal forces that are outside of government. There are outer forces like Russia that make a lot of pressure on Serbia, and for this reason I really hope that IPAP will help Serbia and also Montenegro's membership in the NATO to protect Serbia and Montenegro from this negative, non-democratic influence that is an impediment for us to join the NATO.
Thank you, Madam Milic. Now I'll give the floor to Savo Kentere, President of the Atlantic Council of Montenegro. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I would like to wish a good afternoon to everybody here today. And it's 4:30 and you're not sleeping. I hope that you will not fall asleep during my speech. I will try to be brief and to focus on most important points of the regional integration, Montenegrin integration to NATO. When I speak about Montenegro, I think that everyone has a pretty clear image of the facts. Montenegro has a clear foreign policy goal, and that is Euro-Atlantic integration. First, we would like to join NATO, and then we would like to join European Union. We have demonstrated that already that Montenegro can be a credible partner, and we are working, we are honest in our endeavors, and we would truly like to become a member country of the NATO and the European Union. Maybe this political will was not crystal clear in the very beginning and was not demonstrated clearly, but I believe that if there were any dilemmas in the past, now it's all discarded and no one can question our clear commitments, especially if you take into account that we have imposed sanctions on Russia after the crisis in Ukraine broke out, and no one asked Montenegro to do so. We simply decided to do so. And then one question is being raised. Should then Montenegro be treated as others who decided to express their position on Ukrainian crisis by joining Western European countries in imposing sanctions, or should keep neutrality? So in this sense, Montenegro demonstrated first and foremost to Russia, who then and now on many occasions have opposed and sometimes in an undiplomatic manner membership of Montenegro to NATO. We have demonstrated that we have our own unique, individual, independent foreign policy that should be implemented in accordance with our own interests. So there are those who believe that Montenegro should be neutral, but mainly because they look at Montenegro in the broader context of the region and in the context of its relations with Serbia. They think that maybe it should be wiser for Montenegro to keep its neutrality. As Mr. Dacic at the very beginning mentioned this region as a region of blood and honey. On the other hand, Mr. Vejvoda mentioned this region as an oasis of peace. But if you compare the two images of a region of blood and honey and now the image of oasis of peace, we cannot maintain this image of peace and tranquility until all countries of the region are integrated into one major organization that will help us keep our stability and peace and provide for sustainable stability. And if we are honestly speaking about the security and stability, then the only system that can provide us with this collective security and stability is NATO. If you look at what has happened and what is happening still in Ukraine, Ukraine tried to keep some kind of neutral position, and it turned out not to be enough. Some things happened to turn out very volatile, and neutrality is very unsafe term, and I'm not sure if there is any country in the world that is truly neutral, and what actually neutrality means. If today you are member state of United Nations, then tomorrow you're going to become member state of the European Union. What is it to be neutral? What does it mean? And therefore, I would like to see clear and indisputable and unequivocal policy, open door policy of NATO. Not to keep it as a dead letter, but we want concrete, tangible results, and we want Montenegro to be an example where NATO will demonstrate that it truly desires to implement the open door policy. And we're not going to bargain whether it's going to happen in December on the ministerial conference or maybe at the summit. We would like Montenegro to become the next new member. Actually, to be invited. We should not neglect the fact that if you're invited, it does not mean that you will become a member state. It will require 12 to 24 months time to ratify this decision, and during this year or 2 years we will have time to adjust things, to change things, to modify things, to solve the unsolved issues. So we believe that this is necessary not only for our sakes, but for the region's sakes, for the Europeans' sake, and it is necessary if we want to avoid situations that are occurring in some other states. I will stop here and I will leave more time for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kantara. These were the speeches of our panelists, the addresses of our panelists. Now I'd like you to ask questions, but please be concise and concrete. The first question is by Ms. Dubravka Filipovsky. Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is for Ambassador Miomir Udovicki. IPAP has certainly opened new chapter in the relations between Serbia and NATO. The public knows little about IPAP, and due to this there are different opinions on it. I'd like to ask you to tell us precisely about what opportunities of cooperation between Serbia and NATO there are within IPAP. Thank you for this question. It's really a good question because, as you have already said, the public knows little about it, and there are many misunderstandings of what IPAP is. So I will shortly tell you about some basic characteristics. I'm sure that you know a lot about it, but anyway, I have to notice that today at this meeting, when we are speaking about security, NATO, and so on, many of the speakers mentioned IPAP as an agreement. This is not an agreement, but this is an action plan. This is individual partnership action plan. So it's a program of cooperation that were adopted by some countries for several times. And as a program, it is not ratified, does not have to be submitted to the parliament, nor can it be changed. That's the first characteristic. Secondly, it is on voluntary basis. It's very important. This is something that we wanted. And as Ambassador, my colleague from NATO, Stelian Stoyan, has said, I quote his words, it's up to Serbia to determine the level of its ambitions and activities, and it is tailored according to our needs and wishes. It's important for the public to know that this plan is in our interest. I'd like to point out another characteristic. The comprehensive inclusiveness in drafting and adoption of the IPAP was enforced. When we were discussing IPAP in 2007, actually the document from July 2007 that was presented by Minister by our minister, he said that we would adopt IPAP, and there was a different political structure in power. And then after 2011, when we made a decision to adopt IPAP, there were two different parties, Democratic Party and Socialist Party, and in December 2014, the today's government adopted this IPAP plan. So all of the governments, all of the political parties actually supported the adoption of this plan. So this is why we can say that we have this political inclusion, and also there was the inclusion of the experts when we were drafting IPAP. Numerous ministries were involved, all of the ministries that are mentioned in the so-called annex are mentioned, and all of these ministries were involved in drafting of this individual action plan partnership. So this plan is just an opportunity for cooperation. It's like it's something from which we can use. We can use the experience and the knowledge of NATO to our benefit. Next is Mr. Dragan Šormaz. He'd like to ask a question. I'll just say something shortly, not a question, it's like a comment. I'm head of the Serbian delegation, the NATO Parliamentary Assembly. We're always trying to give exact data and exact information what's going on. We want everything to be presented in correct words. I checked what this morning Lord Hamilton asked regarding Russia and export of trade. The trade is being, the goods is traded through Serbia, and I found out about one case of trade in apples where apples were repacked in Serbian packages, but those were just speculations at the time, but it turned out that this information was not correct. This news were launched by Moscow, but it turned out not to be true. Also, Ms. Milic has mentioned, said that the President of the Republic said something about the special prosecutor for war crimes. I cannot remember, maybe it was the case, but I don't want to discuss it any further. I know what the Parliament did. The Parliament enabled and adopted lex specialis, it's a special law, for the Ombudsman to continue his work, although he has fulfilled all the conditions to be retired. But the Parliament enabled him, our Ombudsman, to continue working. Ombudsman also recently, his team and the Serbian police recently arrested 8 persons charged for crimes in Srebrenica. Not Ombudsman, I'm sorry, I was talking about the public prosecutor for war crimes. So I don't know when the President of the Republic said anything negative about it. As you can see, we did all we could to enable him work. I'm also the member of the Parliamentary Committee for Defense, and I can tell you that the military, security and intelligence agencies are, reporting to the Parliamentary Committee and to the MPs, and, they're sweating when they have to report to us. And this is how we do our oversight function, because we ask them some very tricky questions. We check in detail, a lot of documents, very important documents. So we are really working hard within our oversight function as a Parliamentary Committee for Defense. Of course, nothing is perfect. We can't do always better. We should reach the standards that are implemented in EU member states, but this is why we will have accession negotiation process, and we are doing our best anyway. Thanks a lot for these comments. I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Göran Pedersen from Switzerland. From Sweden.
Membership application processes as fiscal crises can work as drivers for reform. And for that reason it's important to have that pressure on to continue to do the reforms. But couldn't it be so after the recent experience with the euro zone, that the organizations will be more critical and hesitant to accept into organizations states who haven't done the homework, because the experience from the euro is when you have a member state on the inside, the problems is yours. And then I have a comment on the uses of words. You say neutral. And to me, coming from a military non-aligned country, member of the European Union, Sweden is no longer neutral. Sweden is a member of the European Union, and if you are a member of the European Union, you are a member of the European, full stop. And even if you are a member, we have from the different traditions, different relations when it comes to military alliances. But the word neutral, if Serbia is accepted into the European Union, You are a member with all the rights and privilege and obligation on the same level as all the other nations. And then when it comes to your relation to NATO, that might take some time to develop for historical reasons. But you are not neutral. You are one of us. Thank you.
Hvala na komentarima.
Thank you very much for your remarks. I will now give the floor to the member from Lithuania, Mr. Petrulis.
Savo Cantera, President of Atlantic Council of Montenegro. You mentioned in your speech that Montenegro wants to become a member of NATO and EU. But your foreign policy is unique. You are not supporting sanctions, EU sanctions to Russia, and as you know, the EU foreign policy based on some kind of consensus. And how you imagine your future work with the EU if you are not supporting its EU foreign policy? So. Oh, you can understand, or it's okay.
Gospodina Kentera.
It's possible that there was some misunderstanding with the interpretation, but everything that Montenegro has been doing it has been done in accordance with the foreign policy of the European Union. Everything that other member states of the European Union have been doing, Montenegro has followed suit. So Montenegro imposed sanctions on Ukraine, to Russia. So probably maybe there was some misconception with the interpretation, but I have to be once again crystal clear and precise. No dilemma whatsoever. Never, nor there will be any in future. We will follow European Union with sanctions against Russia. Mr. Armenian Member of Parliament.
For Serbia and specifically to the Parliament oversight. Even Dragan a bit explained what is the process that's going on. But in our 6 already IPOP, as I mentioned, we have about 17 actions included for the parliamentary oversight. I understand that IPOP is action plan, but let's be honest, what is it by itself? It's a document over which has 2 signatures, which meaning already something like an agreement, which saying that in the specific timeline, specific number of activities would be implemented. And there are responsible names mentioned by this ministry, that ministry, civil society, parliament, I don't know, Ministry of Defense or NATO or something like this. That's why even its name is action plan, but in reality it's kind of an agreement. And in the case if someone is changing and one of the sides are deciding not to do, no one would be saying that, okay, it was your just simple decision and preference. The assessment will provide that IPOP is not fulfilled or stopped. And this is mean failure in the agreement. In that regard, I think with this understanding, I would truly appreciate an idea of what kind of activities are envisioned for the oversight in reality in the Parliament, if any of them included. And second, I would truly appreciate all speakers if they can present some regional approach on Euro-Atlantic, because I heard kind of 4 separate ideas of Euro-Atlantic integration, but kind of a regional element was been missing. What is in the reality of the Western Balkans? Are they moving toward the European integration, or some problems, or it's stopped, or what is the region as a movement we have here? Thank you.
Ambassador Stoyan, izvolite.
I felt the need to clarify a bit what is about IPA, because I heard also questions this morning what is all about and what it implies. It is, with concluding the IPA, practically the relationship between NATO and Serbia is moving. It's a qualitative move. But in practical terms, you don't have new issues of cooperation, because they are practically placing under one umbrella all the programs and projects that Serbia has already developed in time with NATO. What is bringing new is that practically you have an overview of all the activities of cooperation. And practically it gives both NATO and Serbia a full range picture of the cooperation. The element of news, the new element, is that practically the IPAP triggers an annual process of assessment and dialogue between NATO and Serbia, because each and every year there will be a joint assessment of Serbia and NATO on the implementation of the activities that are contained in the IPAP. And that is done at two layers. That is done at the technical level between the experts, between the experts from Serbia and experts from NATO. And secondly, it is a political layer. And this is done generally, for instance, having a meeting of the North Atlantic Council jointly with Minister of Defense and Minister of Foreign Affairs. And this is practically the same thing that is applied with, for instance, with Armenia, because you have mentioned we have annual meetings with the Armenian Minister of Defense and Minister of Foreign Affairs. So this will happen also with Serbia. In case of Serbia, what is new is that, as I said before, implicitly, don't forget that we didn't have a political dialogue for many years. From now on, we'll have a structured political dialogue based on IPA. I hope it is clear now. Thank you.
Hvala puno, Ambassador Stoyan. Reč dajem ambasador.
I will give the floor to Mr. Udovički, Ambassador Udovički. Please turn on the microphone. Thank you. I will be brief. Thank you. I would like to thank to my colleague, Ambassador from Slovakia, who gave an explanation. You mentioned two signatures. I have to say that I have not seen signatures. This is a document that has not been signed. This is a document that has been adopted by a government, and afterwards it has been agreed with NATO. NATO, through their own silent procedure, has adopted this. I just have to underline this because we have to say that it's not been signed. What is the novelty if we talk about IPAP? So far we had military cooperation. Now we are broadening this field of cooperation to the activities where we have some raised level of political dialogue, and we will now try to raise cooperation in other fields, in the field of science, in the field of prevention of disasters, or other fields that are very useful. Thank you, Ambassador Udovički. The second part of the question is to Madam Milic. I have already explained when I mentioned enlargement fatigue as a possible obstacle in future, and we've noticed this when the crisis escalated in the Middle East and Ukraine. Due to all of these things, we need to intensify the dynamics of cooperation and the exchange of information, and it's good that we have more loose structures such as the observation group for reform review group, and we should not cannot allow to ourselves that in this present moment, when the threats are emerging both in the Balkans and elsewhere, to exclude Kosovo from communication and Because of this pressure and the need to implement the normalization, I'm afraid that some things must be left behind or might be skipped, and I simply urge for a more thorough approach, because we have to bear in mind the security in general. Now I'll give the floor to Mr. Kentera. I will be very brief. Someone asked about the integration of the region and the Euro-Atlantic integration process. Now we have 3 aspirant states for the membership in NATO: Macedonia, Bosnia-Herzegovina, and Montenegro. And unfortunately, Macedonia could have become a member with Albania and Croatia. It did not occur due to this dispute with the name. And when and if they solve this dispute, I think that things might change for the better, and I hope that Macedonia, together with Bosnia and Herzegovina and Montenegro, will be invited to join NATO very soon. It is not only my perspective. I think that Montenegro is at this very moment a bit moving faster on this track towards NATO membership, and maybe in the near future we can openly discuss only membership of Montenegro, but the whole region has to become part of the system of collective security if we want to prevent future wars in this region. If we want to improve cooperation in this region, especially in this subtle and very sensitive issue and subjects such as the foreign fighters, we need to improve the quality information, exchange information, and it's not going to be possible until all countries join this collective defense or security project. We have to exchange information both with members of NATO and those who are aspiring to become one. So we expect in the coming months, maybe in the coming years, that Serbia will also become part of this global security system or system of collective defense, and I think that this is a good and very positive step in the right direction. Thank you.
I'd like to thank you all for your replies. I'd like to now hear the question from Mr. Hujic from Montenegro. Thank you for giving me opportunity to ask a question. I will be first give you a short comment before I ask my question to Ms. Jelena Milic. I agree that internal security, can you hear me? I agree that internal security in the Western Balkans is questionable. It's easy to be jeopardized regardless of how safe one country individually is. Having in mind the legacy of the past, all of this is a good motive for the extreme ones to jeopardize an individual security or safety of one country. This is why it's very important that the whole area of the Western Balkans is integrated in the European community and in NATO. It is also very important to maintain the principle of open policy, open door principle. As one poet from the Balkans has said, the past will never pass. We have to take care of this. We have to have this in mind, and this is why it's important for the whole region of Balkans to be integrated. I'd like to ask Ms. Milic, what support of the public opinion, what is the support of the public opinion in Serbia like to the partnership goals, to the individual partnership action plan that is implemented by Serbia together with NATO? What is the support of the public to this plan? And what is the support of the public to joining NATO? What is the relation between business and academia, business sector and academia, when it comes to the NATO integration in Serbia? What is their relation to this possibility to join NATO? Thank you. I won't take any longer of your time. We are the Center for Euro-Atlantic Studies, and we have made one arrangement to have one focus group and to implement a detailed research on the public opinion on the NATO. I believe it's only 10 to 11% of the population that supports NATO membership only, having in mind all the negative campaigns, all the traumas from the past, all the untruth data. I believe it is really the political leaders have shown some kind of maturity by signing this IPAP. No one else, there were no people on the street. No one demonstrated against this IPAP. We had the pressure from Russia. They put pressure on the Prime Minister Vučić. They criticized him. They didn't know what to criticize him. They didn't have. They couldn't criticize him publicly on this issue, but they said that they criticized him because of the advisor he hired and so on. But actually, this was behind it. Within the IPAP, it is envisaged that SOFA should be ratified by all members and partner countries of NATO. So there is a lot more ahead of us to do. Within the European integration, also the support of the public to the European integration process is relatively low. According to the latest surveys, 56% of the Serbian Progressive Party and Socialist Party would only vote for the for Serbia joining the European Union. Only 56% of these leading parties members would vote for this. So we should reconsider this issue. We should improve this public opinion. And NATO is, it's far more important to put focus on the European integration process. And we don't want it to go below the support of the public to go below 50%. And we'll talk about and improve the situation about the public support to NATO later on. The results that of the analysis we're doing now will be available next week, very soon. Thank you, Ms. Milic. I'd like to hear two questions by Viktor Chumaki from Ukraine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Montenegrin representative spoke about the society support. I would like to comment on Mr. Cantera's speech, and you said that Ukraine wanted to be neutral. It never wanted to be neutral. It was not in the state policy of Ukraine. Since 2001, in all Ukrainian documents on foreign policies, it was the tendency towards integration with Euro-Atlantic alliance, and Yanukovych's government tossed off all these norms, and that's how it provoked this escalation of protests in Ukraine. That was one point. The issue of integration with NATO for Ukraine was pretty complex always, because not always there was high support, but 10% support for Ukraine would be a catastrophe, because the worst years, the support to integration with NATO was not less than 26% in Ukraine. Unfortunately for us, the biggest facilitation was given by neighboring Russia after the aggression that we have had for the last year. The level of support by Ukrainians to integrate within NATO is 62 to 67%. If today we had a referendum, more than two-thirds of the population would vote for joining NATO, if we exclude the occupied Crimea and Donbass. And I have a question for Mr. Cantera. What is the level of support in Montenegro to integration with NATO? And then a question of sharing information. It's information between NATO about the quantity of terrorists or mercenaries who are swinging between the countries, including Balkans countries, in different conflict zones, and we spoke about today, Mr. Ambassador said. So, Ms. Milic, does Serbian side have data on Serbian mercenaries who are involved in Ukraine's conflict? Thank you very much.
Hvala puno na pitanju, uzet ćemo še...
Thank you very much. We will hear another one. Jan Cigl from Slovakia.
As the ambassadors already explained what APAP is and what it is not, but it clearly states certain points which Serbia would like to pursue. So my question to Ambassador Udovicki and to Jelena is, one of those points is to work with the public opinion and to work on the public diplomacy. How is the Serbian government ready to fulfill this point, and how the NGO sector or the civil society of Serbia can support this claim? Thank you.
Hvala puno, gospodine Cigl, na pitanju. Ja bih želeo da dam...
Thank you very much. Now I'll give the floor to Mr. Kentera to answer the first question. First question as regards neutrality. When I'm sorry for not being maybe precise enough. If we speak about formally and legal neutrality, Ukraine never was a formally neutral state. I was just referring to the last part of history during Yanukovych, where they tried to keep some sort of a neutrality. I was just trying to explain what Ukraine could or would do if Ukraine was invited in those days to NATO, to join NATO, whether these developments would have occurred. And I'm pleased to hear that at this very moment that there is the support of 65-67% for the NATO membership. And as regards to Montenegrin support, it was always somewhere between 35 to 45% of those who are supporting membership in NATO, but I have no dilemma whatsoever until the very moment when the membership is to be decided. I am certain that we will have more than 50% of people who are supporting this process. We have to bear in mind that there are two very important factors that differentiate Montenegro from other countries who have recently joined NATO and who did not have these factors, these problems to face, and these are the bombing in 1999, which is still vivid in the memories of our citizens, and which significantly marked their perception of NATO membership, and it's going to be an open issue. We cannot expect these things to disappear overnight. We simply have to be more patient, and we are working intensively on this. The second factor is our uniqueness, and this our relationship with Russia. I could try to define it as some kind of a myth that is still alive among our people about the friendly, brotherly nation, historically close relations with Russia, and a significant part of our people believe that our membership in NATO will spoil relationship with Russia, and it would not be good for the two countries. Again, I will repeat that I have no dilemma whatsoever that the support will arise when we start discussing the membership in more concrete terms, but it will not come overnight. It is a long-term process, and we have to work continuously. We have to change the mind frame of people, and we simply have to be diligent in fulfilling our endeavors. Thank you, Mr. Kenter, and now I'll give the floor to Mr. Udovicki. Thank you. I fully agree with the importance of the public diplomacy, and we underline this whenever we can on all levels possible, from the state level to national level to the basic level, where we try to implement what we have agreed on. And the Prime Minister and the President have spoken on many occasions about the cooperation in these important fields that have been set and defined in this action plan. The Minister of Foreign Affairs and our other leaders and officials are constantly and clearly saying what we need to do, what we need to achieve, and I believe that this political message is crystal clear. And I think that it will slowly but surely become clear and accepted by the public as well. We are organizing seminars and meetings and workshops. For example, while I was advisor for security policy, for the first time in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, I have received a group of young people. It was a group that Madam Milic has invited to our ministry, and what Mr. Baywood mentioned earlier today, this cooperation with the civil sector is very important, and we are dedicating our utmost attention to this matter, and everyone should bring in whatever it's available. And I would like to use this opportunity to thank the Republic of Slovakia, because they have the function, they're performing the function of a contact point embassy here in Belgrade, and in Brussels they're advising us constantly. They share their experiences and they're providing assistance to us. Thank you.
Gospođi Jeleni Milić.
Za gospodina iz Ukrajine, koliko ja znam zakon.
I'd like to answer to the gentleman from Ukraine. The law was adopted, as far as I know. We'll speak about foreign fighters tomorrow. This is on our agenda tomorrow. I personally believe that mainstream media in Serbia are dominantly influencing the public opinion. They have double standards. They are much more aggressive towards those who go to fight in Syria than towards those who go to fight in eastern Ukraine. However, this is not the only issue. In this parliament, in the ruling party, parliamentarians of the ruling parties here come here and sit with the flag of Donetsk, and then there were no sanctions for this. We did not impose sanctions to Russia, but I believe it was too much. As for the role of the civil society, it has played an incredible role in advocating transitional justice. It did a hard work. In the last several years, even the civil society and what used to be the democratic opposition have become more technocratically oriented or anti-globalistically oriented, and I'm not sure to what extent will the civil society want wish to be involved in the promotion of IPAP, regardless of the fact that there are parts of the IPAP that are related to the support to fight against discrimination and strengthening the rule of law. The Center for Euro-Atlantic Studies hopes that it will be included more directly in the fields that are very important, like assistance in planning in some urgency situations, also in protection of the public data, and you know, other issues that Mr. Cantena has mentioned. If we don't have this access to public data, we cannot act on regional level. Mr. Udovicki said, you know, he said clearly what our goal is. We don't want to join NATO and so forth, but still they're not ready to destigmatize those who believe that Serbia should join NATO, or to be more honest towards what happened in the 1990s. Without these two things, I don't think that we'll see any progress in cooperation with NATO, and let alone its you know, membership in NATO. I respect the fact that Serbia is neutral. Thank you. Any more questions or comments, perhaps? No? With this, I will close the last session of today. Oh, I'm sorry. One more question.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I would like to ask a question, and this is a question sparked by the last series of remarks, and I should perhaps begin by saying that I'm very impressed by Serbia's development over the past few years. I remember that in the beginning of the 1990s, I was an observer here, and I remember seeing tanks head off to areas of operations in Croatia and elsewhere. So I see the long path that you've come down, the incredible progress you've made, so congratulations on that. And the reason why I have decided to request the floor this afternoon is because I have a question here. You hope that Serbia becomes one day a member of the EU, and I wonder if that membership would perhaps lead to significant debate, perhaps even unrest in Serbian society. Because, well, Serbia has stated that its official policy is not to join NATO. Nevertheless, the EU and NATO are growing closer and closer. They're becoming ever closer intertwined. And we've heard this afternoon that there's a certain kind of osmosis between the two organizations, that there's this stated will of increasing cooperation between the EU and NATO. And I would imagine that that is not always seen with great enthusiasm here in Serbian public opinion. There is still some resentment against the West, and that's understandable. There's still a situation in northern Kosovo which potentially could be a source of instability. And I was surprised to hear this. There's still this relationship with Russia based on a number of factors, historical issues, religion. There are other factors which explain this close relationship with Russia. But I think it would be indeed an advantage for the EU to have within its ranks a member that has a different relationship to Russia than the rest of the EU, because sometimes having that moderate, more balanced view is very useful. And I don't think within the EU we should be engaging in this kind of competition to see who can express to what extent our relations with Russia are so bad. So given all these different factors, I wonder if Serbian society as a whole could indeed support EU membership, an EU membership, without having that kind of internal, very turbulent debates. So that's the one fear that I have listening to what was said this afternoon. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I think that this question is directly linked to the statements of Ambassador Udovicki, or maybe Jelena Milic could provide answer. I think that the answer is quite clear. Serbia has the key priority, and that is the membership in the European Union. It has been set in stone, and we have mentioned this on many occasions, and it's indisputable. And membership in the European Union is a key priority of our country, and here people are not ready to talk about some broader communities or modernization in other contexts or other frameworks. We simply know that the support to European Union integration is always around 50%, and this process is something that will be done in accordance with the cooperation with the European Union. So we are slowly but surely adjusting our policies and our legislation with the European Union, and we will, in the same manner, in the same pace, bring in line our other policies with the policies of NATO, because we are aware that some policies are the same in the European Union and in the NATO member states. So there are some of the member states of the European Union that are more active in the Ukrainian disputes than some other NATO member states. Maybe we can keep our military neutrality. We can mention this, but what does it actually mean? Does it mean that you have been recognized or not recognized? Can you keep it? Is it part of the past, or it's still possible? Can you be military neutral and become a member state of the European Union? What will happen in 5 years' time, in 10 years' time? No one knows. We are all witnessing constant changes on a global scene, on regional scene, so these are all hypothetical questions. So one thing is indisputable, and that is one clear goal that we are trying to achieve, and that is our membership in the European Union. We have time for another issue. Mr. Shormas, it's not actually a question, it's a remark. If you allow me, as a head of our delegation to the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, I would just like to say a few things. I can say a few sentences. Absolutely, it's not true that the public is against the West. You can see how strong support of the public is to the European Union integration. I simply do not want to talk about divisions between Europe of the East and Europe of the West. These are the same European values, and Serbia truly desires to become part of this broad European family. And if you look at our economic relations, I've already mentioned this, we have trade relations with the European Union which are 40% bigger than the trade with Russia. And we have even greater exchange or greater trade with Montenegro than with Russia, which is a country of 60,000 people. So 600,000 people. And we are partners of the European Union. And with all others, we are friends. We do not want to take part in this race that we try to become or to be friends with everybody. We have these bitter experiences from the past, but basically Serbia was only damaged by joining one bloc and not the other. If we have people who are educated, who are willing to achieve their utmost, everyone are leaving Serbia and going to the northern countries, Austria, Germany. They're not going to China or Russia. We're trying to be friends with everybody, we want to be partners with the European Union in the next 4 or 5 years, and we are truly looking forward to 2020 because we want to finish everything that we have started until 2020 and to join the European Union. I will not ask for the floor again, and I would like to advise you all to use this nice weather and to take a walk around the city. And tomorrow we're going to have a dinner together, and the day after tomorrow we will have a visit to Smederevo, one beautiful city in the vicinity in Belgrade. In the end, allow me to conclude this part of the seminar. I wish you all a pleasant stay and fruitful work tomorrow.